Sustainable development is the pathway to the future we want for all. It offers a framework to generate economic growth, achieve social justice, exercise environmental stewardship, and strengthen governance. Good morning to everyone present here. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to the second day of the National Conference on Sustainable Development Goals, a multidisciplinary ingress. Sustainable business development requires companies to balance economic growth with social responsibility and environmental stewardship. To achieve this, human resource management plays a crucial role in promoting sustainable practices within the organization. This involves the implementation of strategic HRM practices to align HR policies and procedures with business objectives, sustainable HRM practices that emphasize social responsibility and environmental stewardship, and green HRM practices that focus on reducing the company's carbon footprint and promoting eco friendly practices. The integration of these practices into the HRM function can help companies achieve sustainable business development by promoting a culture of sustainability and ensuring that the workforce is equipped with the skills and knowledge needed to achieve sustainable growth. Today, in Track 4, we will explore various aspects of sustainable development and how they are reshaping the field of HRM and organizational behavior. Our discussion today will cover a wide range of topics, including employee retention in a dynamics environment, sustainable green HRM practices, sustainable open business models, inclusion as a management skill, corporate environmental sustainability, sustainable talent management and acquisition, and organizational culture and employee engagement. Moving forward, it is a great honor for me to welcome and introduce our session chairs for Technical Session 4, Sustainable Development and New Dimensions in HRM and OB. The chair for today's session are Dr. Rimple Manchanda and Dr. Snigdha Dash ma'am. Dr. Rimple Manchanda is an associate professor at School of Humanities and Social Science, GD Goenka University, Gurgaon. Dr. Manchanda has a rich blend of industrial experience in the domain of banking and financial institutions for 3 years and more than 12 years in acclaimed academic institutions. Her research interest lies primarily in consumer behavior, gratitude, green materialism, financial behavior, financial development, to name a few. She is an accomplished writer with 9 published works in Scopus and Web of Science. To her credit, apart from presenting papers in numerous international and national conferences and seminars, she is also contributing to the research fraternity as a reviewer in the reputed journals indexed in Scopus. Today, we are privileged to have an opportunity to get valuable input during presentations from her. On behalf of ASC, I welcome you, ma'am, to this international conference.
Welcome, Dimple ma'am. We are honored for your presence.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. Hope to have a wonderful interaction with the scholars. All the best to all the presenters.
Our next session chair for the day is Dr. Snigdha Dash. Dr. Snigdha Dash is presently working as professor at Galgotias University and has more than 17 years of teaching experience. She received her doctoral degree from the University of Mysore. In addition to her teaching responsibilities, Dr. Dash is also involved in research and has published several papers in her field of study. Her research focuses on topics such as organizational behavior, leadership, and human resource management. Her research has been well received by the academic community and has contributed to the advancement of knowledge in her field. She is a highly accomplished and respected professor who has made significant contributions to her field of study. Her passion for teaching, commitment to her students, and dedication to research makes her an invaluable member of the academic society. On behalf of ASC, we welcome you, ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am. We are privileged with your presence. We hope
Thank,
that
thank you, ma'am, and all the best for the session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rimple Manchanda and Dr. Snigdha Dash, ma'am, for joining us today for the session. We hope this session will provide all those present here with valuable insights into sustainable development and how it is transforming the field of HRM and organizational behavior. Thank you all for joining us today. If we have the permission of our chair panel, shall we commence with the presentations?
Yes, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to tell the rules for today's session. Those are that each presenter will get around 6 to 8 minutes to present their paper, following which we would be entertaining 2 minutes of questions and answers or any suggestions by the chair panel. Without further delay, let us get started with our presentations. The session will start with the presentation of Ms. Manpreet Kaur and Ms. Harsandaldeep Kaur on upcycled food and investigation of factors influencing consumers' attitudes toward upcycled food. You requested to turn on your camera, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Manpreet Kaur, Research Scholar at University School of Financial Studies, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, going to present my paper on upcycled food and investigation of factors influencing consumers' attitude towards upcycled food. I would like to start my presentation with a quote by United Nations. If food loss and waste were a country, it would be the third largest source of greenhouse gas emission. Food wastage occurs at every stage from production to consumption, and it is an issue of grave concern. The problem of food wastage is critical due to the three main aspects, that is social aspect, environmental aspect, and economic aspect. As we all know, there is too much wastage of food, as one third of the food produced in the world is wasted, while billion of people go to bed hungry. And the environmental impact of this food wastage is that the 3.3 billion tons of carbon dioxide is produced with this wasted food. The cost of this wasted food is estimated to be $680 billion in developed countries and $310 billion in developing countries. Food wastage has becoming a pressing issue in India as 40% of the food wastage landed up in the bins, which is equivalent to rupees 92,000 crores in a year. According to a report by United Food and Agriculture Organization 2019, every third malnourished child in the world is Indian. The three main factors responsible for the food wastage are due to the production issues, supply chain inefficiencies, consumer behavior. In our paper, we are going to influence on the consumer behavior. The impact of food wastage is not only on the wallets of the people, but it has a major impact on the environment, as about 8% of the greenhouse gases are produced, which leads to the detrimental effect on the climate change. So the need of the hour in order to achieve the sustainable development goal, which is the priority of all the nations around the world, there is need to change the current practices of food wastage. As Sustainable Development Goal 12.3 strives to have per capita global food wastage, consequently, India has set a target to reduce the food wastage by 2030, as India is the fourth largest greenhouse gas emitter right now. So, upcycled food is a solution as well as an opportunity for the entrepreneurs. Upcycled food involves using byproducts from production scheme that is safe and healthy for consumption, like fruits and vegetable residues, and converting them into high value food products. This novel kind of food product has a potential to provide solution to this food wastage, and it will result in increased food, and it will give an opportunity to the entrepreneurs now the effect of food neophobia, price consciousness, and environmental concern on consumers' attitude towards upcycled food. So, food neophobia is the unwillingness or fear to eat novel or unfamiliar food. And it is an pertinent factor to study the attitude towards the acceptance of upcycled food. Some studies have shown the negative influence of food neophobia on the attitude towards upcycled food, while other studies have shown no effect of the food neophobia on the consumption of upcycled food. Price consciousness has been studied in several contexts, but in this study, we have taken it like it is the level of importance given by the consumers to products which are priced moderately. As people with high degree of price sensitivity are likely to enforce their environmental knowledge and belief on their desire to engage in sustainable consumption. The third construct is environmental concern. There has been increasing concern among the people regarding the environment. And as upcycled food has been perceived as environmental friendly, therefore it has been taken as a promoting factor towards the attitude towards upcycled food. These are three hypotheses of this study. This is the theoretical model of my study. So, to perform this study, the data was collected from 300 respondents with the help of structured questionnaires, and the data included socio-demographic features, attitude towards upcycled food, factors motivating upcycled food. Only 189 questionnaires were used for the further analysis. Convenience sampling technique was used to collect the data. The question items were adapted from the previous food choices scales. In the questionnaire, the definition of the upcycled food was given. This is the demographic distribution of the sample. So, the data was analyzed with the help of Smart PLSM4, and the analysis and result of measurement model are: the convergent validity has been tested with the help of Cronbach alpha, composite reliability, and average variance extracted. All the values of these parameters are within the prescribed limits. Further, the variance inflation factor was tested to check the multicollinearity of the data. All values are less than 10, so there was no problem of multicollinearity in the data. The discriminant validity was tested with the help of heterotrait monotrait ratio. All the values of heterotrait and monotrait ratio are less than 0.9. Therefore, the discriminant validity has been established. The value of R square is 20%, as it described that the variance in the attitude towards upcycled food due to these three factors is 20%. The structural equation modeling and the path coefficient assessment shows that the food neophobia has negative influence on the attitude towards upcycled food, and the beta coefficient is 0.350. The p-value of this is less than 0.05. Therefore, the hypothesis H1 has been accepted, and H2 has also been accepted with the p-value less than 0.5, beta coefficient 0.174. But the third hypothesis, that is environmental concern, affects the attitude. This is rejected as the p-value is more than 0.05, and it has insignificant or not a significant impact on the attitude towards upcycled food. So the implication of the study are communication managers may use appealing advertisements to reduce the effect of food neophobia on attitude towards consumption of upcycled food by providing the awareness regarding the ingredients of the food products and ensure them to the safety for their health of the consumers. The pricing policies can be revised of such products to make them more attractive by the to the price conscious consumers. As in these studies, we have found the price consciousness has a positive impact on the attitude towards the upcycled food, as the acquisition cost of the raw material in case of upcycled food is less. Thereby, it has a huge market potential of being moderately priced, healthy, as well as sustainable food category. As the sample of this study was small, therefore the findings of this study cannot be generalized. The future studies can take the large sample to perform the analysis. As only three factors of the attitude towards upcycled food has been taken in this study, there are so many other factors like taste, health consciousness, knowledge, and awareness regarding the upcycled food. This can be further analyzed in the further studies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's time for Q&A session or any suggestions by the chair panel.
Thank you, Mantri, for the wonderful presentation. I have few questions for you. One is, can you give your own explanation for the rejection of third hypothesis?
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, as environmental
Dimple ma'am, is there any question from your side?
Yeah, I've already given the question to her.
Okay.
Yeah, ma'am.
Am I audible? Am I audible? You
Yes, ma'am.
heard me, right? All right. So, what is the explanation for the third rejection of the third hypothesis?
Ma'am, as environmental concern, in the most of the studies, environmental concern leads to the positive attitude towards the upcycled food. But
Right.
due to the lack of awareness in the consumers regarding the upcycled food, as they do not know the ingredients in the foods, and they have environmental concern, but they have some other concern like health issues, health concern, and naturalness of these products. Therefore, this can be the uh, reason that the environmental concern does not lead any significant impact on the attitude towards upcycled food.
Okay. All right. So, have you given your suggestions for the awareness, spreading awareness about upcycled food? In your any suggestions related to that?
Yeah, ma'am. We can use social media to create the awareness regarding upcycled food, as there is always there are so many pages on upcycled food, but it is not a very popular right now. There are so many companies like Regrain Mills, Renewal Mills, and in India, Bangalore also there is a one bakery that is Spent Grain, which is producing the flour with the help of spent grains of that brewer industry, and they are making bread, or they are making cakes with that flour. And there is need to make aware to the people about the upcycled food products and their ingredients as well, and their effect on the environment as well as their health.
All right, great. Going back towards your methodology, you have used a questionnaire for testing, for measuring the attitude towards the upcycled food, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So, can you brief about the questionnaire that you have used? Is it the established questionnaire?
No, ma'am.
Yeah.
It is not established questionnaire right now, as the scales on the upcycled food has not been established right now.
Okay.
I have taken some items from the previous novel food acceptance questionnaires, as there are scales on novel food acceptance. So, in that question, in those statements or questionnaire or studies, they have taken that while accepting the novel food, as upcycled food is a novel food right now, there are so many items that have influence on the attitude. I have deleted some items which has not relevance in my study with the help of corrected item correlations, and these items have been deleted to for the further analysis.
All right. So you will be conducting. This is for the presentation now. You will be conducting the pilot study and all that for your.
No, ma'am. This study was just for the presentation. But
that is what I'm. This is not part of your PhD.
I mean, this isn't the part of my PhD, but right now I'm on the stage of literature review.
All right. Great work. Great going.
Thank you.
And all right. Thank you. That's it from my side.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I just want to know that you have not presented that from where you have collected the data actually. Like ma'am was also asking about you that what about the awareness? Like for me, I think that most of the people, most of the respondents in your case, they must not be aware about this food neophobia, phobia, or upcycling of the food and all, and the type of companies you have named also.
Yeah,
so I think you must give those type of literature in your presentation also and your area of study.
Okay, ma'am.
So that the people should know that from which type of respondents you have taken may not be there knowing, because like the third hypothesis was rejected. Like if they must be having the awareness about the wastage of food will lead to some type of environmental the things that is going to create some harmful effects. Maybe I don't think that why that hypothesis third was rejected. So for me also, that is again one I like what I can see, that can be corrected, or you can say that that type of awareness can be created, and you should please take care of that while presenting that what is the area of your study, and who are the people from where you are taking the responses. That is again more important. Can you just tell me that which one is the area, like from
Ma'am,
Delhi NCR, or from where you have taken
ma'am,
it?
this is the study from the Punjab.
Okay, that is from Punjab.
Yeah,
Okay.
ma'am.
So basically from the whole of Punjab?
No, no, ma'am. This is basically from the university, that is Guru Nanak Dev University. I have collected the data from the research scholar as well as from the students. And these students can be from the various parts of the state as well as from the various parts of the country.
Okay, but you have concentrate yourself to the university premises. That means the
Yeah, ma'am.
students only are your respondents.
Yeah, ma'am. Students and
Okay.
research scholars.
So have you done any review like across India, so that you must be knowing that what is there, what is the level of the awareness in the other countries, whether they are also acting on the same? Because in your, I don't think that you have produced any literature review in this presentation.
Yeah, ma'am. I have not given the names of the studies, but I have given the thematic literature review in the form of explanation of the constructs, that is food neophobia, environmental concern, and price consciousness.
Okay.
I have conducted the literature review on the present papers are mostly from the US, Italy, China, and some of the paper are from South America also.
Okay.
So these studies have given the positive influence of environmental concern. Most of the studies have given positive, but some of the studies have found no effect of environmental concern.
Okay. Okay. So I was just trying to like tell you that you should have this. We all have to concerned about the area from where we are taking, because the awareness level is going to be different in different type of like in case of India also. Like you are talking about Bangalore. Maybe the
Yeah.
people of Bangalore are aware about these type of things, but if you are going for any Punjab or any such type of state, maybe the people are not aware.
Yeah, ma'am. For my
Okay, that
PhD,
is okay. All the best.
thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to our next presentation by Ms. Smruti Rekha Mohanty on genetically modified crops and sustainable issues. What experts say. Please share your presentation, ma'am.
Good morning, one and all present over. My slides that is visible to all of you or not?
Ma'am, your presentation is not visible. Yeah,
Now
now.
it's visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Now it's visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So good morning, one and all present over here. I, Smriti Mohanty, with my co-author Ananya Mitra, going to present on the topic, and the topic of my presentation is genetically modified crops and sustainable issues, what expert says. So before I will start, we must know that why I have chosen this one, because it is a very vital area of discussion. Mhm. Now it's visible. It's fine. It's fine.
It's about to come, ma'am.
I
Yes.
don't know why the slide is not moving.
Now it's visible.
So I will show in this manner only, because I'm not able to move that slide. I don't know what is the problem. Okay. So India is a country, large populated country, as you know. Large number of people are living in India, and food security is a major problem of India.
Excuse
Because
me.
to feed the, yes,
Sorry to disturb you, ma'am. Could you please put it on slideshow?
there is a problem, because I don't know why it is not moving. Okay. So I'm trying it. Now it's, yes, now it's moving. Is it fine?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So India is a large populated country where a large number of people are living here, and food security is a major problem of India. To feed the large population, we need huge amount of food grains and food items. So in the present scenario, it is difficult by adapting the traditional method of agriculture. So there is use of technology in agriculture field. So genetically modified crops is one of the, we may say that it is one of the method of engineering which will help in this regard. So with this one, so there is a point of debate between the experts whether it is going to be implemented or it is not going to be implemented, whether it is good for the environment or not good for the environment. So in that regard, this paper is going to help to the researcher. So first we know what is biotechnology and genetic engineering. Biotechnology is alteration of living organism and its process and final output. We know that when you are altering the living organism, it is known as biotechnology. And what is genetic engineering? It is you are manipulating the gene of the organism and producing a new variety of crop or new variety of organism. That process that technique is known as genetic engineering. It may be within the species or it may be from two different species. Yeah, you combine it and produce the new organism. So it is a set of technology used to change the genetic makeup of cells, including the transfer of genes within and across species boundaries to produce improved or novel organisms. Next is how this genetic engineering and this GM crops are associated with sustainable development goals. We know that first sustainable goal, that is eradicating poverty and achieving zero hunger. When we are saying that eradicating poverty and zero hunger, we need huge amount of food. With the traditional methods, we are not able to produce that much amount of food items, which is going to have we are not able to feed the large population. So this is the sustainable. What is the goal of sustainable development? That 2030 we will have zero hunger. So for that one, GM crops are needed. It is the need of the time. Next one, addressing climate change. As these crops are containing certain qualities, traits, it will help to help the climate. In what way it is helping the climate? Suppose it is water resistant. We are using less amount of while you are using genetic engineering, less amount of water is used by it. So that will help in solving the problem of climate change. So that way and other ways are there by which it is addressing the climate change problems. Next, it increases farm income. We know that if the production will increase, that will lead to income of the farmers and that will lead to the income of the country. And specifically in India is agriculture-based economy where more than 50% people are dependent on agriculture. Then enhance human health. These GM crops contains nutritional value. Not all, but the researchers what they are producing, it involves or they are working on producing the GM crops or innovating the GM crops, inventing the GM crops, which includes nutritional value. So in that way, it is going to help the human beings. So if it has nutritional value, it is good for the health. The next one is lowering agriculture greenhouse gas emission. And how this is helping in greenhouse gas emission? One way is crop engineer more efficiently. That means if you use this GM crops, create the production of CO2 that will reduce. It is produced in that manner. And second one, it will generate more oxygen and it will solve this problem of greenhouse gas emission. Research are going on this and it is related to SDG. Next, come to genetically modified crops in India. Why we are discussing about it? In India, we are using genetically modified crops, not in a huge manner, but first GM crop, that is your BT cotton. That is, it is very famous. That is Bacillus thuringiensis. BT cotton. It was introduced in India, and presently huge amount of cottons are produced in India, and we are exporting this BT cotton to outside country, and it is giving us huge income from outside country, and farm income is also increasing. Next one is the BT brinjal. So BT brinjal, it is a food item. It was introduced in 2002, but due to certain there was you may say that there are government controversies and there are some issues due to that. There is 10 years moratorium on it. But presently in 2020 and 23, 8 states offered taking trialing this BT brinjal, and by taking the NOC from the government, very soon it is going to be introduced in India. The next is the GM mustard, that is DMH11. This is the name of the mustard. Trial and testing are going on it, and you can see here that more than 20 crops are under various stages of research and field trials for genetically modified mustard. Sorry, genetically modified crops, that is cotton, rice, wheat, brinjal. So many crops and vegetables are there. But these three, first one already there, second one going to start, and third one is also going to start in India. And after thorough examination and trial and test and safety, after taking all safety measures, it is going to introduce in India. Testing is almost, in case of mustard and brinjal, the testing is over and it is going to be introduced. Then come to what are the potential dangers of GM crop? Why it is not huge amount introduced in India, and why there was a moratorium of 10 years on this big brinjal. So these are the few points. First one, with a decrease in crop and variety of diversity, large scale transgenic genetic genic cultivation will also result in loss of, that means there is a danger of loss of biodiversity. What is loss of biodiversity? For example, there is a crop, we want a particular tribe from that crop, and we are producing GM crops with that variety only. Gradually, what happens? What are the other tribes and the crop with other tribes that goes on diminishing with the passage of time? That is one of the potential danger of introducing this GM crop. Second one, there is a chance that newly introduced imported genes can spread to in an intended species and other variations. This is a danger. It is potential dangers. We are not saying that it is happening. It may happen. The next one, contaminating genetic resources and causing gene pollution. It may create gene pollution. Then growing genetic plants will stimulate increased fertilizer and chemical application. It is a fear that maybe this is just like green revolution. When green revolution was there, no doubt it has given huge amount of benefit to Indian economy, but there is large unit of use of chemicals and fertilizers into the field, and that is degrading the fertility of soil. There is a chance that GM crop will require more fertilizer and chemical that will harm the society and harm the environment. So it is a danger. Then growing GM types that are herbicide resistant will encourage increased field use of herbicides. Maybe the fields are acquainted with these herbicides. If you want to produce the crops with other suppose other fertilizers or other ways, it will not work because this is a technique, or genetic engineering is a technique. In that manner, it is a danger for the environment. But it has not been proved yet. Now come to the what are the benefits of this GM crop. First one, according to GM technology promoters, it will increase the agriculture production. As
But
we have discussed, yes.
excuse me, ma'am, but please wrap up your presentation.
Okay, I'm coming to. So these are the benefits I've discussed earlier. It will increase the production. It has nutritional value. It is good for the health, and it will help the environment, and it solve the problem of climate related problems. So these are the two objectives. First one, to discuss the issues related to GM crops in the Indian context with special reference to Odisha. Second one, to find out the significance of GM crops in agriculture sustainability. So the primary data has been collected from agriculture scientists, academicians, and NGOs who are expert in this area. One of the limitations of this paper is that I am not able to reach out to the farmers who are the main stakeholders. So I have taken who are the experts who are related to this field. And 150 sample has been collected, and primary data has been collected, and data is analyzed through SPSS software. Chi-square method is applied to analyze the data, and secondary data are government reports and the published papers and journals. So this is the the questionnaire containing, actually it is containing number of questions. I have taken 6 out of them. First one, the cultivation of GM crop affect the sustainability of agriculture. And we will find that the chi-square result is a 4.88, it is written here, and the p-value is 0.8, and the result is not significant. So we can say that it can be said that GM crops may not have a negative impact on the sustainability of agriculture. That means we are not accepting the null. We are not accepting the null hypothesis. We are not able to reject the null hypothesis. So it has positive impacts. So that's why the result is this way. Next one, just like green revolution, GM food cropping will degrade the agro environment. The result is chi-square result is here, and the result is significant. So we can say that GM food cropping will not degrade agro environment, just like the green revolution, because it is above the green revolution. The problem arises due to green revolution. To solve that one, we are using this GM crop in the field and green revolution. Next one, the effect of cultivating BT cotton in India. Now the result is again we are not able to reject the yes.
Ma'am, please conclude your PPT now.
Okay, I'm coming to that end of my. So these are the few suggestions in GM crop cultivation. So my findings are here. Okay. India should carry forward its policies with enough precautions, and thorough field testing. Role of MNCs in this connection should be mentioned properly. Next one, India should formulate its policy in the protection of IPR in a very calculated manner, keeping in the interest of the farmers at the forefront. Then agriculture research in India should be promoted to develop seeds which will not harm the agro environment. Next, Government of India may go with GM crops in order to feed such a vast population, and policies may be formulated to protect the large interests of the nation. Safety is the main concern in this area. So this is the conclusion part. There are different debate is going on, but there are so many misconceptions. To this paper, we are going to remove that part. And GM crops are cost effective, and it will reduce the cost of production and ensure higher productivity with higher nutrition value. So there no doubt it has certain demerits, but positive sides are also there. So its positive qualities outweighs its negative qualities. Therefore, India should go with the GM crop with appropriate precautions and steps which will be beneficial in long run and ensure sustainability in agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's time for Q&A session now from the panel.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Mohanty, for the presentation. All right. So, if I read out your title, it's Genetically Modified Crops and Sustainable Issues, What Experts Say. So, from your title, it seems like it's going to be some kind of review. You have interviewed some experts, and when we look at your presentation, there is a survey which is done. So, and next, when you are talking about the advantages and disadvantages of GMO, there is no referencing, because when you do a literature review, there has to be some referencing. They are not your own thoughts, right? So you have read certain research papers. You can listen to me, and then maybe you can answer one by one. Okay. Data size, data like area and of doing the research is anyway it's not mentioned. It was not there. Methodology is not clear. Your hypothesis 2 and 4 are incorrectly formed. Okay, and I am still not sure is it a qualitative or a quantitative study? You said you have done a survey. When we look at your questions, what kind of results? Like, is it a structured survey, or because you said that you have collected data and
Yes.
qualitative? Can you please put some light on your methodology?
Uh, and actually, frankly speaking, when I have started this research, it is very difficult for me because it is a controversial issue. So people are not reluctant to give the answers to me. So that is the reason I have taken 150 samples. So I
What is
have
the
taken
reason
number
behind
of
why people are reluctant to?
because ma'am, it is a controversial issue in this country because it is not fully implemented here.
Of course.
And government is trying to implement it. You can see in this year, two crops are going to introduce in India. So there are different point of views of different persons, different perspectives are there. So that's why people are reluctant to give the answer to it.
Who's
So
your sample?
I have
From where have
that
you
is the
collected
reason
the
150 sample I have
150
taken.
whom?
Yes,
Who?
only.
You have
We are
collected data
the
from whom?
scientists, from the agriculture
Scientists.
scientists and academicians from agriculture universities and NGOs who are working in the sector.
But why, if they are working in the same area, why are they reluctant to talk about it?
Ma'am, they are reluctant to because there are different
They're
kinds of
already into this, no? They're already doing their work in this field. So why are they reluctant to give you answers?
ma'am, when it comes to policy making, okay, one thing I will tell you that in case of BT Brinjal, you know that one. BT Brinjal cases are going on. Previously, it was introduced, but till now that there is 10 years a moratorium on it, and till now it is not launched by the government of India. So there are certain controversies are going on. That is the reason they are reluctant to answer. And it is very difficult for me to get the answers from these persons, and that is the reason I have taken the answer through yes and no questions, and somehow somewhere I have used
That
this.
is what, no? This is what I'm asking. You have taken answers as yes and no. I'm still
Yes,
confused about how you have collected
yes,
the data, the
no,
kind
no,
of
ma'am,
questions
it
you
is
showed us.
yes and no, and with that neutral view, some of the cases yes and
Then
no
what is the use of
questions.
doing this research when you are not able to get the,
Ma'am,
get the
that is the thing, this
hypothesis
is
correctly?
okay,
I
ma'am.
think you need to
What
work on
is
the conceptual framework of your research.
obviously this is,
Yeah,
ma'am, this is a paper, huh? This is a part of my research.
I agree.
Other parts are there. Okay,
All right.
so initial phase, because it is a very current topic and it is a very uh, no doubt controversial topic. So I have started on it. What will be next? I want to know, and again I am in contact with these persons
All
and
right.
try to get the
Yeah.
answers from them.
All right. I got your point. Thank you so much.
Okay, go. Thank you. Thank you so much for your suggestions.
Only one suggestion from my side,
Yes.
Miss Mohanty, that
Sure, ma'am.
that I think like not going for these type of studies and to do something more exploratory type of thing, that is going to help you more in this case.
Yes.
Not taking the answer yes and no, or just go for some focus group methods or these type of things you can introduce, and that is going to, I think, enhance the value of your paper. Because when you are saying that I'm asking the scientists, I'm asking the academicians who are there in these type of agricultural universities, and if you're just getting the answer yes and no, that is not going to suffice your study also.
One thing
That is going to just demean the effort you are actually putting for the whole study. That is what I feel. And the thing is, can you just answer, like, it is only, I'm not 100% from this particular area. Do this genetically GM crops, they are one-time crops, or there will be certain
okay,
seeds
okay, I'm
that is
coming to
from
that.
there?
Yes, ma'am. These GM crops are because it is genetically modified. So we are using it for one time only. It has no production capacity. It has no production capacity. That is the reason. There is another reason. As many times the farmer want to produce, the farmer will purchase this one. So that is the another thing that people are against of it. But Uh, if it is good for if the crops are produced which are good for the environment, and if it is come with a less price, the farmers will adopt it, because it is a, you are correct,
But you
genetically
must be aware
modified
about
crops.
the suicide
Yes, in
done by
yes,
the
Maharashtra.
Maharashtra
Yes,
and all,
yes, huge
and the
amount of they are
huge
involved in
numbers.
cotton production. Yes,
Mm.
because it has given a huge amount of profit to them in first 3 years. After that, due to insect, there is a huge loss to the farmers. That's why they committed the suicide. But thing is that, ma'am, one thing is, I'm going to clear here. Technology is not good for the society. We know that one, but still we are using technology. Technology has merit and demerit, both sides are there. Any technology, suppose we are using mobile, it is one of the technology, it has merit and demerit, but we are outwitting this negative one, and trying to reduce these negative effects, and we are using the technology for the benefit of the society, or for the benefit.
Excuse me,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes.
We
Okay,
are
all
Yes,
the
yes.
best.
out of time,
Oh,
so we would like to move forward with our next presenter.
okay,
Oh,
thank you
all
so
the
much,
best.
Thank
experts, and thank you so much to the team.
thank you, ma'am.
Okay,
Our, our next presentation is by Dr. Ruby Mary on assessing the quality of firm level corporate governance, a comprehensive measure. Please present your presentation, ma'am.
A very good morning to the esteemed panelists.
Ma'am, your slides are not visible. Your PPT is not
Screen
visible.
is not just a moment. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
So may I begin, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So good morning to the esteemed panelists, the students present here, faculty members. My name is Ruby Mary Knotts, and I am from St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. The topic for my presentation is a portion of my thesis itself, namely assessing the quality of firm level corporate governance, a comprehensive measure. To begin with, I would just like to introduce corporate governance in a very brief manner. So, as we all are aware, that corporate governance refers to a set of rules, regulations, and policies that are basically tending to dictate the corporate behavior, the corporate business environment. And because of corporate governance inherent in a given organization, the accountability, transparency, and efficiency of the management increases. It increases the reliability of financial reporting, and also it advocates consumer and environmental friendly business practices. Now, corporate governance in itself is a very wide area, and hence it comprises of a multitude of arrangements, and thus it's divided into two mechanisms, as we can see before us, namely the internal mechanisms and the external mechanisms. The focus of our study is predominantly based on the internal mechanisms of the corporate governance. Now, in corporate governance literature, as I have gone through a number of them, what I have found is the dominant trajectory is fundamentally contractual, that basically focuses upon resolving potential conflicts of interest between the various stakeholders and the organizations. And for this purpose, it is essential that the various corporate boards and its mechanisms needs to be strengthened. For this, the board of directors are actually playing a very pivotal role in seeming to alleviate the agency problem between the shareholders and the managers. Also, given the legal and institutional framework of the country, it is this that has an influence over the internal and external mechanisms of corporate governance. Also, proper functioning of corporate governance and adherence to these regulatory standards has assumed quintessential importance so as to ensure survival and growth in the given marketplace. Now, I had conducted a literature review for my purpose of my study, which I have, of course, elucidated in my paper also. However, I have not included here due to the paucity of time, but just to mention a few. For the purpose of our study, I have divided the literature based on two broad categories, namely the board structures and the board committees. The board structures comprise of various mechanisms such as the size of the board, CEO duality, and the various nature of the directors. And the board committees have selected a few core and pillar committees of a given organization that tends to dictate corporate governance. Now, coming to the research gap, From literature, it was found that understanding the quality of governance does seem to be a challenging scenario because of the fact that corporate governance is a complex construct, implying that it is very difficult to measure and capture corporate governance because, first of all, there is no well developed theory on this complex and multidimensional nature of governance. And because of the absence of this conceptual basis, selecting various variables that can help us to capture corporate governance numerically and empirically. Also, Indian governance standards have been evolving through a couple of years now. However, very few in-depth studies have been conducted in the Indian context with regards to a corporate governance index, wherein the index is a basic culmination of various variables that are put together on the basis of assigning them certain values and on the basis of literature, trying to draw a parallel between or trying to use it as an equation to be able to capture governance. However, because as I mentioned earlier, corporate governance is in itself such a broad area, figuring out these small variables and what would be appropriate variable actually becomes very difficult. Next, literature has also hello, yes, ma'am. May I continue?
You can continue. I think there is some noise from the background. You please continue.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So yes, like I was mentioning, literature does suggest that measuring corporate governance and examining its relation with firm performance now, it has been pretty subjective and it has not been consistent. Also, the various parameters based on which this study has been done has been changing over time because of the changes in the regulatory standards associated with governance, the various SEBI regulations, etc. However, there have been literature and a substantial amount which has quoted that good corporate governance in a given firm or an organization does tend to have a positive impact on firm performance. Thus, on the basis of our study, we've also tried to take this a notch further. So, coming to the objectives of our study, developing a comprehensive corporate governance index is essential or important because it could capture various components of governance with just a few numbers, and this could help us in understanding the quality of firm level governance. Thus, based on this particular reason, we have tried to develop a comprehensive measure for assessing the quality of firm level governance using a relative disclosure corporate governance index employing 21 variables based on the existing literature. Next, based on this corporate governance index that we have developed, we have tried to assess its relationship with firm performance and see whether there is an association between them or not. So coming to the sample and research methodology, for the purpose of our study, we have selected the NSE 500 firms as on March 31st, 2020. The data set has been constructed for 8 financial years. The data has predominantly been collected from the ProS database, but also due to the nature of various variables, we have also sourced data from the annual reports of the given various companies or sample firms. Now, since the nature of accounting practices and policies of banks and financial institutions tends to be different, we have excluded these banks and financial institutions from our sample, which was 85 in number, which have reduced our sample size from 500 companies to 415 companies. This has summed us up to 3,320 firm years. So we have a well-diversified data set comprising of 18 industry groups, which has been classified in this table, as we can see on the screen before us. So based on this data that we have constructed a relative disclosure corporate governance index comprising of 21 parameters as a comprehensive measure of firm level governance, and which I have already mentioned have divided into 2 broad categories, board structures and board committees. And this have also been further divided into various categories, trying to capture them in their holistic manner. Also, we have tried to understand whether there's an association between firm level governance and the index by using various appropriate measures of firm performance. And the tool that we have used for this is a panel regression. So coming to the corporate governance index, as we can see on the screen before us, and as mentioned before, we have selected 21 structural indicators, which were divided into both structures and these. For this, For each of the variables, 21 variables that we selected. Pardon, ma'am?
Ma'am, there's a network issue at your end.
Am I audible?
Yeah, right now you are. We lost you a few seconds ago.
Okay, so can I switch off my video and continue? I think there is a glitch because of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm continuing. So, like for the purpose I was mentioning, the corporate governance index was constructed out of these 21 structural indicators, and each of these variables had their actual values, and we have then thereby calculated the median value of all these 21 variables and compared the actual value with the median value, wherein if the actual value was greater than the median, we allotted the binary 1 or 0. So this was done for all the 21 variables across the 415 companies for the 8 financial years we have selected for the sample study. These were the variables that we have utilized for the purpose of our study. As mentioned, the board structure and board committees being the broad categories, and these are the 21 variables that we have selected. And of course, the basis of assignment of 1 zeros, as I have already mentioned, has been allotted to these variables. So moving on. To capture firm performance, we have used 2 variables, namely return on assets and market value to book value. Return on assets is basically a profitability criteria which captures firm performance from a historical perspective, basically on past profits. And market value to book value is a measure of firm performance that basically tells us the current market operation and thus gives us a more futuristic approach of firm performance. So capturing firm performance from both a past perspective and a future perspective.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes?
Try to wrap up your presentation.
Yes. So like I said, we have constructed this comprehensive for decide and to the range, as we can see the screen. Number of companies lay in the range of 51 to 60, implying 92 companies of samples have been employing 51 to 60% of predominantly in company. It is not a very encouraging, but still the highest percentage amongst the all divided into industry size specifications, and we saw the maximum number of companies felt in the PSC sector, implying the sectors.
Ma'am, you're facing network issue at your end.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. And please wrap up your presentation as soon as possible.
Yes. So, like I was saying, the PSCs were the highest number of companies falling in the sectors, employing nearly 62% of the, or rather 62% of the variables enlisted as a corporate governance indicator. Even as a measure of firm performance, like we can see over here, the regression results show that the corporate governance index does seem to have a strong and positive influence on firm performance, both on the return on asset and market value to book value. Thus, I emphasized our study, implying that we have developed a large index using a firm level database encompassing various facets of corporate governance mechanisms that have not been studied in consolidation before. This sort of comparative analysis across a vast number of companies have not been substantially investigated, and more so in the Indian context. The robustness of the result that we have arrived at itself validates the quantum of our data set, making it all the more comprehensive. Also, the index that we have utilized can be used by various capital market participants, such as the regulators, which could help them that use our index as a judgment for following good governance or not. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's time for question and answer session.
Okay, Dr. Ruby, thank you for the presentation. I have quick few questions because we are, I think, running short of time. One observation is that your objectives were not precise. So the way you write the objective of any research, they were not precise. And second is, can you please explain the contrast that you or the results that you have received in terms of the higher scores for the public sector PSUs and why not for the others?
No, ma'am, actually, it is not very different. If you look at the screen, ma'am, is my screen still visible?
No, we can't see your presentation.
Okay, just a minute. So, ma'am, like I say, look at the presentation on this particular screen. The difference is not very big. Of course, the please,
I'm not able
this
to
is
hear Ruby. I can't hear you.
I think
There's
so there's some
network issue.
technical,
Yeah.
there is some technical problem.
Ma'am, am I audible now?
Yeah, audible.
Okay. So, ma'am, like I'm saying, I hope my screen is visible now. As we can see, it's not a very big difference, but PCI is
Not able to hear. The voice is not clear.
Hello?
I think there is some network problem Dr. Ruby is facing right now.
Ma'am, am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible, but yes, you are audible now.
So, ma'am, I was just saying, since PSCs are kings, the government is trying to improve their governance standard over the last few years. They have been referred to
Dr. Ruby, you may please write your reply on the chat box. It's not audible.
Dr. Ruby, if you can hear me, then I have just one question that while you are putting your literature, you have mentioned the papers from 2007 and 2009. So I think must be many of the researchers maybe from the recent years, 2020, like 2017, 18. And those papers are not being included. So just reply ma'am's question and mine in the chat box because your voice is breaking a lot.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, just one, if you can hear me, just one clarification. Ma'am, the corporate governance index related studies have not been done per se. So that is the reason I have not included those literature because this is specifically with respect to the index, ma'am.
Okay.
And ma'am, Rimple ma'am, your question, ma'am, I cannot see anything on the chat, ma'am. Your question was?
My question was the corporate the index has given higher score for the public sector units. So I just wanted to have the explanation for that and what is your observation and suggestions?
So ma'am, can I answer them?
Of course, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I was saying, as the PSCs are government undertakings, the government in the recent years, they have tried to improve their governance adherence, particularly after the Companies Act 2013. And because of this, they have tried to increase their competitiveness in the domestic market as well as in the global market, particularly after the new industry policy that was launched in July 1991 to May 1996, the many PSCs had grown immensely. But now they want to increase their competitiveness and improve investor confidence. So because of this, they also had to embrace the various corporate governance standards and adhere to them so as to ensure further growth in an ethical and transparent manner. So probably, ma'am, that is one of the reasons as to why their overall average does fall in the higher category of 0.62, which is employing nearly 60% of variables that we have taken as parameters to gauge.
Can be used as a benchmark for this.
Pardon, ma'am?
For increasing the corporate governance, for making it better. Are there companies which we can use as a benchmark in India?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Infosys, for example, which is a service sector firm, it was awarded by the ICRA in the year 2020 itself, the year of my study. It was awarded the highest corporate governance rating. It was an IT-based firm within the corporate governance sector, and as per our study, they had employed nearly 91% variables.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving next, we have Ms. Shikha Yadav, who is going to present on impact of cynism on employee retention, a conceptual study. Please share your screen, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sharing. I hope this is visible.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible, and please adhere to the timeline.
Sure, ma'am. A very good morning to everyone. Good morning to the panelists present in the panel. So, my name is Shikha Yadav, and I'm from North Cap University. I'm a faculty as well as a research scholar. And the topic of my presentation is basically based on employee cynicism, impact of cynicism on employee retention, a conceptual study. And this topic is a part of my ongoing PhD study as well. So, I'm still exploring new facts and information about employee cynicism. So, one of the things that I have came across is employee retention, which is a part of the study. So, to begin with the introduction, employee retention is a critical concern for organizations for all sizes and industries, and high turnover rate has led to significant cost, including lost productivity, recruitment expenses, and decreased morale. There are many factors which are impacting employee retention, out of which one which is being overlooked is employee cynicism. Cynicism is all about the negative attitude and the distrust that the employee carries about others, including the colleagues, management, and the organization as a whole. When employees are cynical, then they may develop many attributes such as they may be disengaged, unproductive, they may ultimately be considered leaving their job out of stress and other factors. Now, this paper aims to explore the impact of cynicism on employee retention and provide recommendations for the organization so that they mitigate the negative effects of this cynicism. Literature review. Research has shown that cynicism have a significant impact on employee retention. When the employees are cynic, they may become disengaged from their work, and that ultimately leads to job dissatisfaction and productivity may be hampered. Now, cynicism creates a toxic work environment as well. When employees are cynical, they may spread the negativity and distress, and it may be difficult for the organization to hire the new talent as well, and also to work collaboratively and effectively with the employees. Now, according to the different studies, it has been identified that cynicism is a significant predictor of turnover intention among the employees, which leads to employee retention. Now, cynicism impact employee retention by making it difficult for the organization to attract new talent, which I have discussed in just now. And also it may lead to lack of commitment towards the organization. Now, coming to the methods that has been used in this study, it is basically the content analysis for this conceptual study, which involves a thorough review of existing literature on cynicism and employee retention in the workplace. So, the various factors that has been included while developing the conceptual framework are trust, collaboration, commitment, and organizational reputation. Now, while doing the study, the results which has been obtained are basically based on the organizational interventions aimed at reducing cynicism and improving employee retention. Organizations can invest in employee development and training, promote open communication and transparency, prioritize well-being and work-life balance of the employees in order to create a positive and supportive work environment. And it has been identified also that impact of cynicism on employee retention was a major factor in employee turnover, which can lead to lack of commitment to the organization, decreased productivity, and increased absenteeism. The various recommendations that can be given to the organization so that they can mitigate this effect is fostering a positive work culture, addressing issues of trust and transparency, encouraging employee involvement, provide career development opportunities to its employees, addressing various workplace stress. And I believe that by implementing these recommendations, organizations can create a positive work environment that can promote employee engagement, job satisfaction, and ultimately retention can be enhanced. Conclusion. Cynicism can have a significant impact on the employee retention in the workplace, and employees feel when employees are feeling cynical, they may become disengaged, unproductive, and ultimately they may leave their job. And also, cynicism can lead to a lack of commitment to the organization. If employees do not trust the organization or the leadership, they may not feel motivated to invest in their job. This lack of commitment can lead to a lack of engagement and productivity, which can ultimately impact employee retention. So, in order to mitigate the impact of cynicism on employee retention, the various recommendations that has been shared may be very helpful to the organization so as to make their employees feel engaged, productive, and committed, which can ultimately improve employee retention. These are some of the references which has been used while doing this study. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. It's time for Q&A sessions.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Dash, you want to go ahead with the question?
Okay, thank you. I think this is a very nice topic. I just want to ask Shikha ma'am that whether it is one like a single construct or it's a multi-dimensional construct when we are talking about the cynicism.
Ma'am, I have identified several variables that can be utilized in developing the conceptual framework that has discussed, and like trust is one of them. And so I'm still exploring various new factors and variables that can be utilized in my ongoing study. So I have just concentrated on employee retention as the ultimate one.
I'm actually asking about the cynicism as the construct, whether it is one dimensional, a single dimensional, or a multi-dimensional construct.
Ma'am, it is single dimensional right now in this particular study.
Okay, so what are the items which is actually going to discuss? Like when you are saying that you have done a conceptual study and you have actually done the review for that. So what are the different items which describe the cynicism?
Ma'am, there are many factors, but now I'm not concentrating on that part. I'm just identifying two variables. One is cynicism, and the second one is the employee retention.
I think you are not getting what I'm asking. I'm saying that what are the different, if I'll not use the word item, so what are the different characteristics or features which is going to describe cynicism? Because like while you are asking, even if you are doing a conceptual study, you are going to a literature review, no? So there must be certain things which is going to describe this particular construct.
Yes, ma'am. So it is basically about the we can say hatred or the not ill effect, but hatred or the disengagement towards the organization, which may arise due to various factors. When an employee feels cynicism or he or she is cynic about the organization, it means there are several factors which are generating this cynicism. It may be due to stress, it may be due to lack of commitment towards the organization, it may be due to disengagement. So there are several other things, and due to this cynicism, multiple things are there, and there are few dimensions also. 3 dimensions are there. So out of which first one is the behavioral, then affective and cognitive. So when we are concentrating on each and every aspect of this cynicism, then there may be several the other variables as well, which I have not included in my presentation right now, because it will be a very vast study then.
But because you have said that this is one of the part of your PhD, that's why I have pointed out that.
Yes, ma'am. Cynicism is a basic part of my study, so I'm just concentrating on this and identifying many variables which can be used in my study. Out of which one is retention.
Okay, so one thing you are saying that when we are talking about cynicism, this is one personal factor. But when we're talking about employee retention, that is one organizational factor. So you have to look at how you are going to connect these two. That is again more like I think that is a very important factor. Like when you're talking about I can quit my organization because of this particular attitude towards my organization. But employee retention should be done by the organization, not by the individual. My turnover intention or I want to quit or I want to stay, that is with me. But whether I should be retained or not, that is with the organization. So while doing a literature, these type of literature survey, please see that what type of other variables will go more connected to your study. Maybe employee engagement.
Sure, ma'am, I will.
Maybe employee engagement, or you can talk about organizational citizenship behavior if one of the thing. But organizational citizenship behavior again will be somewhat negative to cynicism. There will be
Yes,
no
ma'am.
organizational citizenship behavior. So you have to look for other variables. I think because I don't know in which stage of your PhD study you are?
Yes, ma'am. Sure, I will.
I'm just asking in which of in which stage you are now.
Ma'am, I'm about to submit my proposal, so I'm still exploring.
Okay,
this
okay,
semester.
okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, you can go ahead.
Yeah, actually correctly highlighted by ma'am that there has to be a link between you are looking at the employee's perspective or the employer's perspective. Also, the suggestions that you have mentioned are these steps that need to be taken from the employee's point of view, building trust and all that.
Yes,
Right?
ma'am.
This is one thing. Another thing, have you identified the factors that lead to cynicism? Because you mentioned that there is lack of trust, there is lack of disengagement. Now, these are the outcomes of cynicism, not the reasons for cynicism. So, what are the factors that cause such behavior, that lead to such behavior? I think that if you look into that, then you will be able to maybe look around certain other variables like job performance, job satisfaction, and then I think you will be able to relate it to retention. So direct link, I don't think it is possible because the perspectives are entirely different when you talk about the retention and the cynicism in the employees.
Sure, ma'am. I will
I
incorporate
think,
these
yeah,
suggestions.
you need to do more review, literature
Yes, ma'am.
review on these.
Yes, ma'am. I will.
All the
definitely.
best.
Thank you so
All
much,
the best.
ma'am. Thank
All
you.
the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
So much, ma'am. Next up, we have Miss Rupam, who will be presenting on a reviewed based analysis of effects of psychological contract on organizational commitment among permanent and temporary teachers in higher educational institutions. Please present your screen, ma'am.
Uh, is my screen visible? I have shared my PPT.
No, ma'am.
But it is showing here that
Ma'am, actually, your desktop view is visible.
so now.
Yes, ma'am. Please put it on slideshow.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the panel members. I'm Rupam Jyoti Deka, and I'm here to present on my paper that is a review-based analysis of effects of psychological contract on organizational commitment among permanent and temporary teachers in higher educational institution. So, given the work and employment of people's lives, it has become important for promoting inclusive, sustainable economic growth, employment, and decent work for all as a part of Sustainable Development Goal by United Nations. So, in the changing working environment in the competitive global world, the issues of psychological contract and organizational commitment has become a growing topic of research and discussion. Researchers are trying to find out key issues for better working relationship, quality work-life balance, higher productivity, and higher organizational commitment. Around the world, there is a growing inclination of new employment strategy of hiring temporary employees and temporary teachers in higher educational institution along with permanent teachers. So this study tries to find out the organizational commitment of teachers of higher educational institution of different employment status, that is permanent and temporary. So purpose of these studies are to understand the nature of psychological contract of teachers of higher educational institutions, to determine the effects of psychological contract on organizational commitment of teachers of higher educational institutions, and to check whether the organizational commitment will differ for temporary and their permanent counterparts. Here, this study is review-based study, so we have adopted the secondary research method. So the concept of psychological contract has emerged in 1960s and it got popular attention by 1990s. Prominent researchers like Chris Argyris, Levinson, Edgar Kane were the pioneer who have given the concept of psychological contract, and the term and concept has become popular by Denis Rousseau in 1989. So if we draw the concept and the foundation of the term psychological contract, we can draw attention to the concept of social exchange theory. Homans in 1958 has proposed a blueprint theory of exchange in context of people's group behavior. Later, Peter M. Blau in 1964 has developed the social exchange theory with respect to individuals' expectation from each other or mutual exchange of obligation. The definition of psychological contract in the beginning was given by Chris Argyris in 1960 and Levinson in 1962, and it has become popularized by Denis M. Rousseau in 1989, who has defined psychological contract as individual perception or perceived opinion about mutually agreed terms and conditions between two parties. So psychological contract has been separated from other legal or documented contract. So Denis M. Rousseau has given a typology of psychological contract showing 4 dimensions as transactional, relational, balanced, and transitional, and with respect to short-term and long-term employment. So here in this research, we are emphasizing on the transactional and relational contract, as our main purpose of this study is to identify the psychological contract and differentiate the effect on organizational commitment for permanent and temporary employees. So Maya Jose in her studies has typically tried to find out what's the impact of psychological contract on temporary employees. And she has found that the psychological contract of temporary and permanent employees differs. But it is interesting to note that the organizational commitment for the temporary employees is not of a very significant difference than of their permanent counterpart. How we has also tried to establish the relationship between psychological contract and organizational behavior, and studied that transactional contract and relational contract have the relational contract have a more psychological contract or more organizational commitment. So the psychological contract mediates the relationship between organizational commitment and factors like career development, job performance, productivity, career management, and also absenteeism and turnover intention. Denis Rousseau in her studies has found that temporary workers with transactional contract has lower organizational commitment than that of their permanent counterparts. Who are having relational contract. To understand the impact of organizational commitment of teachers of higher education institutions and nature of their job, whether temporary or permanent, it is important to study that especially in the academic context or higher educational institution, temporary teachers like guest faculty, ad hoc volunteers, para-teachers have different set of psychological contract. Here, remuneration plays a very important role, and in many studies, it has been found that temporary teachers who are hired in various university and higher education institution, they have been hired in a lower remuneration than that of their permanent counterpart. But still, their organizational commitment seems to be similar. Browse and Hall in 2014 also identifies the view that transactional contracts are similar regardless whether they are academic or in conventional business area. Tipples and Krikovics in 1997 and O'Neill also has suggested that psychological contract and work environment has a crucial for especially academic sector. They also identified that important concepts such as job satisfaction, career development, job security, and promotion opportunities as key factors as a part of perceived promise by the higher educational institutions or the university. So the key findings and discussion are that a psychological contract has become an important matter of debate, especially in the area of human resource management and organizational behavior. Denis Rousseau has defined that the psychological contract is merely undocumented type of contract, and it can be separated from the legal formal contract. She further has given two dimension of typology, that is transactional and relational, that has been studied in this research. The study will also find the commitment out of nature of employment status and how it will influence the productivity and work attitude. So how Louis, they have also find out the impact of employment status or work status on organizational commitment, and they have proposed this model how transactional contract and relational contract impact on organizational commitment and organizational identification, and length of service or work status works as a moderating factor. So this research, after this research, we have also proposed that employment status of the employees mediates the psychological contract on organizational commitment. So we have proposed this conceptual model that how psychological contract has impact on organizational commitment, and the work status, that is temporary and permanent teachers, moderate the relationship between psychological contract and its organizational commitment.
Try
This
to
paper
wrap the presentation.
Yes, this paper tries to understand the effect of psychological contract on organizational commitment of teachers of higher education institution and whether it varies as per their work status. And from the studies from different previous research, we have found that there has been very less research conducted, especially on education sector. So, but from other work area or in other business area, it has been found that the organizational commitment of permanent and temporary teachers do not differ, but psychological contract of permanent and temporary employees differs. So there is a future scope of study to conduct different researches at a large population, whether the transactional contract or relational contract differs according to the work status. So implication of this study in the education sector, primarily, there is a high demand of skilled employees. And even in education sector, there is a growing inclination of recruiting temporary teachers as well as permanent teacher. So this study will help employers in academic sector as well as government policy maker to implement various policies and practices for having a higher organizational commitment, retention of academic employees in various universities and higher educational institutions. Thank you so much. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's time for Q&A session now.
Ma'am, you want to go first?
Ma'am, you can also, ma'am, please go ahead.
All right. So first thing, the mediation model that you have shown in your presentation. So is it the one that you have developed on the basis of literature, or is it part of some other literature, some other paper?
The one proposed model I have given, and it has been
Yes.
This model I have proposed, we have proposed, but yes, it has been influenced by previous models like this. So this has been given by How Louis et al. So here we can find the impact of or moderating impact of the length of service. So from here we have taken that how work status can be work as a mediating variable or mediator.
You have simplified this one in your mediation model.
Yes, ma'am. So, in fact, in my PhD thesis, I'm trying to develop a model where I'm working. I'm working on different factors like career development, perceived organizational support, that HR policies and all. And here, work status works as a moderator. And so here I have just simplified only one segment, that is the work status.
All right. So you have presented the review of
Yes.
psychological contract on organization
Yes, ma'am.
commitment. So, what are the gaps that you have found in your review? That because you have mentioned that there's a scope of future study, because there's a future scope only when you have found the gaps. So, what are the gaps that you have found in the existing literature on the basis of which you will have your own objectives?
Yes, ma'am. So mostly in the area of psychological contract, I have studied many papers for my PhD also. So here we have found a gap in literature that mostly the impact of psychological contract on organizational commitment has been found in other business arena, and very few researches has been done in service sector and especially on education sector. And the few researches that is conducted on academic sector, they were mostly conducted on one university and only one higher education institute. So here I'm trying to take a larger population. In fact, my PhD study will be on pan India. So I'm trying to collect data from teachers of different employment status of different universities and higher education institution from different parts of India, so that we can.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so my question was that only, like you have mentioned about HEIs and these temporary teachers and permanent teachers. So you have just answered that you are going for pan India study,
Yes, ma'am.
and you are going to focus only on universities for that.
No, ma'am. Universities, colleges, and autonomous college itself. So here I'm not using the word university, but higher education institute, so that I can also take a response from the teachers of some institute also
but
providing
but
higher
but you have to take care, because in every setup you are not going to get all both these things like temporary teachers and permanent teachers, because
Yes, ma'am.
in many of the private institutes we don't have these type of nomenclature, because everyone is being considered as regular. So maybe in government universities you are having this temporary teachers, like the teachers who are ad hoc or contractual basis. But in private universities, or as per as this affiliated colleges are concerned, I don't think there is such nomenclature exists which is being temporary and permanent or these type of things.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, in my university, like Bharati Vidyapith University, we have temporary employees also, or temporary teachers who come for a semester or for a particular lecture. So who have been
Okay, so
paid.
are you
Yeah.
considering visiting faculties as temporary teachers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And because this is one conceptual study, so can I ask you that what are the number of papers or you have reviewed?
So for this study, I have reviewed around 50. But for my PhD, I have actually for my PhD, I have also considered some of the papers that has impact of psychological contract during COVID also, and also some papers where it is studied about impact of technology and AI on psychological contract of teachers. Because post COVID, we can see there is a large impact of the technology, like having a online education and all. So how this will impact the psychological contract. So I'm also trying to study that concept. So what are the recent change and studies in psychological contract? So
Your
I have studied around like 50.
okay, you and your first reference is talking about psychological contract and OCB.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, we have Dr. Surinder Kaur, who is going to present on role of inclusion as a management skill and job performance. Please share your presentation, ma'am. Ma'am, please share your presentation. Your microphone is off, ma'am.
Yes, just a minute. I am just looking at the options. Share Google Drive box, photo documents, bookmark, screen. Okay. It's loading, ma'am. So,
Ma'am, if you're having any inconvenience at your end, we can share it from here as well.
yes, that will be better if possible, please. Please.
Your presentation on your behalf.
Yes, ma'am, please.
And ma'am, please adhere to the timeline as well.
Sure, sure.
Visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
A very good afternoon, Rimple ma'am, Snigdha ma'am, and all the dear participants. I'm Dr. Surender Kaur presenting my work on inclusion as a life skill among managers for sustainable future, co-authored by Ms. Hanisha Bhagat. Then the presentation will move from introduction, review of literature, hypothesis, research methodology, results, discussion, and concluding with the limitations. Next, please. We all know that managers who possess inclusive behavior sound आ रहा है इसमें.
Just a minute, ma'am, please.
Yes. Yeah. So managers who have inclusive behavior as a life skill, they have an open and growth mindset. They have greater empathy for the employees and high tolerance in the uncomfortable situations. This skill is very important for the managers because when they give their employees that belongingness, that feeling that the employees belong to the organization and their views, their opinions are important for the organization, then only we can have the greater job performance from the employees. But the problem with this skill is that most of the managers presume that they have this skill. They never assume that what are the important components of inclusive behavior and what are the contributors to this. How can they show to the employees that they are actually including them in all their discussions and they have that feeling of belongingness with the organization. So our studies about, next please, the concept of inclusiveness, its components, and how it affects the performance of the employees. Now, regarding the inclusive behavior, there are various research studies available which give different components of this behavior. Like a study by Chen and Tang in 2018, it suggested that the employees' perceptions with regard to the extent to which they are taken as a part of the organizational decisions and they have access to valuable resources implies that they are included in the organization. That is, the behavior of such managers is taken as inclusive behavior. Whereas Pallet et al. In their study, they described the degree to which employees are accepted and treated as insiders is, you can say, a category of inclusive behavior. Similarly, the climate of inclusion at workplace also implies including employees in the decision-making process for the advancement of their practices and for their fair treatment in the gender diverse employees. So there are various components of inclusive behavior, and most of the studies, they agree that inclusive behavior will lead to greater job performance. So we are studying this hypothesis only with reference to Indian scenario. So this is again a review of the literature, which is suggesting that there are different components of inclusive behavior. So in all, we have taken up three main components of inclusive behavior, that is fair implementation of policies. Secondly, integration of differences. Thirdly, the decision-making opportunities given to the employees. So if these three components are present, we say that there is a climate of inclusion among the employees. And if there is a climate of inclusion, it will lead to employees' job performance. Next slide, please. So this is regarding next please. So these are the hypotheses that we have framed, that in all we are assuming that we are testing whether there is a significant relationship between climate of inclusion and job performance. And within the climate of inclusion, we are taking up three components: fair implementation of policies, integration of differences, and decision-making opportunities given to the employees. Next, please. So, in order to understand the inclusive behavior, an inclusive climate questionnaire, which was used in study of 2021, was used here to understand whether the environment is inclusive, which is focusing on these three dimensions which I have given in the hypothesis. Another, to understand the job performance, a questionnaire given by Williams and Anderson has been used to measure the job performance. So the study was based on questionnaire, and in some cases, the interviews were also taken because we were dealing with the inclusive behavior specifically with respect to the disabled employees. So in some cases where the employees are not able to give their opinion, the interview was also taken, but it was based on the specific questions of the questionnaire. Now, the results of the analysis shows that there is a direct relationship between the climate of inclusion and employees' job performance, and the relationship is significant at 1% level. Considering the relationship between dimension of climate of inclusion and job performance, fair implementation of policies, integration of differences, and giving them decision-making power, again the results show that there is a direct relationship between the climate of inclusion and job performance, considering all the three components, and this relationship is significant in case of integration of differences and for decision-making. Next slide, please. These are the results shown here regarding the climate of inclusion and employees' job performance. And then the next slide. Herein, we have taken up the three components which we have taken in the climate of inclusion. Next, please. So the results indicate there is a significant relationship between climate of inclusion and employees' job performance, and our hypothesis H1 with its three sub-hypotheses has been accepted. The study is supported by the earlier research work also, wherein it has been shown by the studies that the climate of inclusion will certainly lead to employees' job performance, and the same is true for India also. The results of our study, they are also supported by the results of the studies by Chung et al. 2016, Mann et al. 2020. So there is a need to give organizational support to the employees with disabilities, give them an inclusive environment so that they can perform better. Next, please. Hence, we can conclude that the climate of inclusion for employees with disabilities is an important antecedent factor for increasing their job performance. So, there is a considerable practical implication for the HR professionals and managers who want to improve the employees' performance so as to improve the profitability of the organization. So, managers should ensure that they have the life skill of inclusivity. They are able to give an environment to the employees wherein they can work for the organization. They have a sense of belongingness. They are given the freedom to make the decisions, and they are insider in the company's decision-making policy. They are insider to the company's resources. And if we give them inclusive environment, it will boost their morale and it will boost the development of workforce, ultimately improving their job performance, which will be a plus point for the organization also. So inclusive employment policy for the people with disability is a must for the managers at this stage if we want to improve the performance of employees, if we want to improve the organizational performance. performance. Now, the limitation of the study is the limited size because we considered the persons with a disability only for this study, so the sample size was limited. And another factor is that we can use some more variables for studying the relationship between inclusive environment and the job performance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's time for Q&A session now.
Yes, ma'am.
Dimple ma'am,
Yes.
Sure. So thanks, Dr. Swindle, for the presentation. I just want to I'm confused about your sampling method and the way you have collected the data, and the thing is not clear. In your
Okay,
research
and
methodology.
it was given there in the slides only. It is a convenient sampling. Based on the people that we know, people with disabilities who are working in the organizations, and from there only we got in touch with their mates. Like these people usually feel isolated in an organizational environment. This is what we see in our organization also. So usually these people group among themselves because they do not want to they do not feel that they are being received properly by the others, so they have their own groups. So when we got in touch with a few members, then they led us to some other members working in other organizations.
So this is snowball sampling, basically.
Yes, ma'am. It's convenient.
Not the convenience, snowball sampling is what you have used,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Right, ma'am.
Okay. And that's it. Yeah, from my side. Ma'am, can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Rimple, ma'am.
ma'am, your title of your study is role of inclusion as a management skill and
Yes.
job performance.
Yes.
But while doing that data analysis wala part, you are using the terminology as I think climate of inclusion.
No. Yes. The basically, ma'am, the point is that inclusion as a life skill and job performance. So what we consider with the inclusion, so there should be a climate of inclusion in the organization where the employees feel that they belong to the organization, and within that climate of inclusion we considered three variables: the integration of the differences, right to give the decisions, right to make the decisions in the organization, and fair implementation of the policies. That is where the organization give a fair treatment to all the employees, irrespective of their gender or the abilities.
So basically, you are talking about climate of inclusion.
Yes, ma'am.
Like, because if I see your title and your study, then can get confused that in one case we are talking about inclusion as a management or a managerial skill. Now in your presentation, you're talking it as a life skill. And the managerial
that gap is already there when she started the presentation. The title is different from what has been sent to us.
So that you have to take care.
Yes,
that you
yes.
have to take care that we can't like these are going in two different ways. Like if I'm saying inclusion as a managerial skill, if I'm saying inclusion as a life skill, then if I'm saying inclusion and I'm saying climate of inclusion, and inclusion can as a managerial skill is one personal phenomena, like me being a manager, how I am considering inclusivity. But inclusion climate will basically can be done by the managers being taken together or by the management policy at all. Like if
Yes,
I'm saying that organizational, the management ideology. So
yes,
this is just some humble submission that you can take care of.
I'll refine that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Snigdha ji.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Ms. Kritika Chavla, who is going to present on Youth Unemployment and Sustainable Development, a case study of India.
Good afternoon, respected jury members and my dear friends. My name is Kritika and I'm a research scholar at University of Lucknow. The topic for today's presentation is Youth Unemployment and Sustainable Development, a Case of India. Before we start with the presentation, we all are aware what sustainable development is. Sustainable basically means meeting the needs of the present in a manner that we do not compromise with the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. The concept of sustainable development is basically built on three main elements. The first one being environmental sustainability, the second one being economic sustainability, and the third one being the social sustainability. My paper focuses on the socio-economic sustainability agenda under the SDGs. Talking about the research gap and the objectives of the study. We have a lot of studies that are being conducted in order to analyze the impact of unemployment on economic growth. But if we want to study the impact of youth unemployment on economic growth, then we will find that there are barely any studies, especially in case of India. Now, why this is important? This is important because if we talk about the demographic dividend of India, we will find that India is a country that has that is enriched with demographic dividend. If we talk about the Youth in India report of 2022, we clearly see that nearly 27.2% of the youth constitute the working population in India. India entered this phase in early 2010 when 41% of the population was amongst the youth. Now, if we talk about the changing dimensions of the youth unemployment rate in India and we focus on the data that is being released by World Bank, we will find that the youth unemployment rate in India increased from 15.5% in 1991 to 28.3% in 2021, which means it almost doubled. Now, why is this important? Why do we need to address this issue? The reason is simple. We say that the youth is the major proportion of working population in our country. But if the youth is not employed, if the youth is unemployed, then that basically results in jobless growth in India. And if the growth is jobless, then that basically means that we are not moving towards the path of sustainable growth. The overall unemployment rate stands at 8% as per the CMIE data of December 2022. Now, if we compare the overall unemployment rate with the youth unemployment rate, we can see a massive difference. Although the government is focusing on reducing the aggregate unemployment rate, the youth unemployment rate has tremendously increased in the past few years. Therefore, it is imperative for us to understand the reason behind why this rate is increasing and what are the measures that the government needs to undertake in order to control this increase in the youth unemployment rate. My paper basically focuses on SDG 8, which is promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and production employment, and decent work for all. In this paper, I have basically studied the impact of youth unemployment on economic growth in India. Talking about the data and the methodology, the data has been collected from 1991 to 2021. 1991 has been selected as the base year because it was the year in which the LPG reforms were introduced. And 2021 has been selected as the final year because the main source of data collection has been the World Bank. and the data on youth unemployment rate was not available for 2022 or any other year post that. Talking about the selected variables and sources, in my research paper, I have also talked about unemployment rate other than the youth unemployment rate. The data on GDP, youth unemployment rate has been collected from the website of World Bank, and the data on unemployment rate in India has been collected from the website of MOSPI. Methodology. A lot of economic theories propound towards the fact that there exists a bidirectional relationship between the unemployment rate and the economic growth in India. This has been theoretically proven, and a lot of literature also points that there exists a bidirectional relationship between these two variables. Therefore, I have used a VAR model, that is, a vector autoregressive model, in order to analyze the impact of youth unemployment rate on economic growth in India. I have also used stationarity test, which is the ADF test has been used to test for stationarity of the data, because if the data is not stationary, then my result or my model would not be conclusive enough. I have used the structural breakpoint analysis. Quant-Andrews unknown breakpoint test has been used to test for structural breakpoint, if any, in the data, because Indian economy or any other economy is prone to a lot of other macroeconomic variables that have an impact on the economic growth of the country. Therefore, we cannot ignore the impact of any external variables while formulating this model. Therefore, Quant-Andrews unknown breakpoint test was introduced. Also, in order to test for the long-run relationship between these macroeconomic variables, I have used the Johansson co-integration test, which will determine that whether there is a long-run relationship between these macroeconomic variables or there isn't any. The VAR model that I have used can be explained using two equations. The first one, wherein the economic growth is my dependent variable and the value depends on the lagged variable of the economic growth itself. It depends on the change in the unemployment rate that I have taken as an independent variable which affects the economic growth. And my third variable is the dummy variable, which will account or take into consideration the various external shocks that any economy is open up to. The second equation takes change in unemployment rate, change in youth unemployment rate as my dependent variable. Once again, the lag value of GDP will affect the youth unemployment rate because the literature points towards the bidirectional relationship between the two variables. So that is my independent variable. The second independent variable being the the unemployment rate in the previous year. That will have an impact on the unemployment rate in the current year. And once again, the dummy variable, which will take into consideration the external shocks. Coming to the results and discussions. The first one is the ADF stationarity test or the augmented Dickey-Fuller test. As the results clearly point out that the p-value in both the cases, whether it be the GDP or the change in the youth unemployment rate, the p-value is 0.7279 and 0.9899, which is above the critical value of 0.05, which means that my data is not stationary. Therefore, after taking the first difference of the selected variables, my data became stationary. Therefore, both my variables are integrated of order 1. This is one of the basic premise that one needs to cater to if he or she wants to use the VAR model. Quant-Andrews unknown breakpoint test. The Quant-Andrews unknown breakpoint test clearly points that there was a structural break in the 2017. When I further researched for the reason behind this economic break, or why was the reason why economic growth witnessed a downfall in 2017, there were two reasons for the same. The first one was the introduction of the GST, which hampered the businesses and other economic activities. The second reason because of which the economic growth witnessed a downturn was the introduction of the new currency of 500 notes and the 2000 notes. In other words, demonetization, which once again resulted in a downfall in the economy. Therefore, a dummy variable has been introduced to take these economic shocks into consideration. All the variables, all the years prior to 2017 carry the value 0, and 2017 and the years after that carry the value 1 because there was an economic shock. Talking about the results of the Johansen co-integration test. On the basis of the max eigenvalue and the trace test, both the values clearly indicate that there is no long-run relationship between these variables. Hence, a simple VAR model has been introduced instead of an error correction model. Talking about the final results, we can see from these two equations that with 1% change in the youth unemployment rate, the economic growth increases by 0.77%, which means that an increase in the youth unemployment rate has a positive impact on the economic growth. The reason for the same can be that an increase in the youth unemployment rate creates an excess supply in the labor market. With a situation of excess supply in the labor market, the wages tend to fall. The profit of the producers tend to increase, and as a result, the economic growth also boosts. On the other hand, if we look at the impact of economic growth on youth unemployment rate, we can clearly say that with 1% increase in the GDP, the youth unemployment rate falls only by 0.05%, which is not a very critical value. The reason for the same can be that with an increase in the youth unemployment rate, the economic growth boosts, but all the producers want to hire the workers who are already skilled, who have all the competencies that are required. Therefore, they focus on increasing the overall employment, they focus on hiring the trained workers, and the youth unemployment rate does not get affected. Talking about the effect of external shocks, we can say that any external shock has a negative effect on the economic growth of our country, as it can be clearly explained from the results. However, it has a positive impact on the youth unemployment rate, which means any economic shock results in an increase in the youth unemployment rate. These findings can further be supported by the variance decomposition analysis. With the help of these two tables, we clearly see that the variation in the GDP is explained by the changes in the youth unemployment rate. But the youth unemployment rate is highly affected by its lag values and not by the values of the GDP. Now, I have also conducted some diagnostic tests to ensure that my model is a good fit model and it can be used for further studies. Therefore, autocorrelation LM test was conducted to ensure that the data is not autocorrelated, because if it is autocorrelated, then that would not result in the reliable results. Similarly, Jar-Cubera normality test, because if the data is not normally distributed, this means that the variance is very high and the model cannot be used for any further conclusions. And the heteroscedasticity test to check for the variance. The p-values in all the cases are above the critical value of 0.05, which means that my model is a good fit model. Managerial implications. We can clearly say that the government presently is focusing more on reducing the overall unemployment rate. However, if it wants to protect itself from the situation of jobless growth, it needs to create awareness regarding the various e-learning platforms that are available, so that the students and the other fellow members who want to get employed can avail the benefit of these platforms like edX. We have many other such platforms. We have Udemy, we have Coursera, but the awareness regarding these platforms is very low. Other than that, we can also say that the government should focus on reducing this youth unemployment rate. The main reason behind which is the gap between the demand by the labor market and the skills that are actually being possessed. The government should come up with more policies that focus on developing the overall skills of the employees rather than focusing on just providing employment to the fellows. Limitations of the study. My research is based on secondary data, which might have resulted in biased result. The study uses the data till 2021, and I am making this presentation in 2023. The scenario might have changed in 1.5 years. Second, the last one being that the study does not analyze the impact of various skill development schemes that are being launched by the government. So that is a scope for future research. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Kritika. Thanks for the presentation. First question that I have is, how do you define youth in your study?
Ma'am, I have used the UN definition of youth in my study. In India, youth is defined as an individual who is between the age group of 15 to 24. But the data same was not available in detail, because that is one of the biggest drawbacks, that in India the unemployment data is not available as per on the records. It started it was being generated after 2016, so no data prior that is available. Therefore, I have used the UN definition of youth, which defines youth as an individual who is between the age group of 15 to 29.
All right. So when we look at your title and when you look at the study that you have conducted, there's a gap because you talk about youth unemployment and sustainable development, and here you're just talking about economic growth.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So where is the sustainable development?
Ma'am, actually, my focus was on SDG 8, wherein we talk about the inclusive growth. And if we look at the present scenario, we will see that the unemployment rate is declining. But as I mentioned in my presentation, that India at present is experiencing a jobless growth. And if we look at the statistic that is being released by IMF, though India is enriched with demographic dividend, but this demographic dividend is expected to become a liability for India in the late 2030s. So India needs to focus on the fact that it should focus on a sustainable growth and not just on the figures of economic growth, because jobless growth is going to prove to be a bane for the economy and not a boon for the economy.
But then that is what you're doing, no? You're relating unemployment with economic growth only. You have not conceptualized sustainable development, inclusive growth in your study. You have just taken two variables, GDP and unemployment. That's it.
Yes, ma'am. My focus was to study the
That
impact.
can be a first step of your research, but then you have to, if you have to have inclusion, you have to have sustainable development, other factors, other SDGs is what you will look at when you want to make your study like inclusive of sustainable development. So I think that needs to be done.
Yes, ma'am. That's the reason.
It is the incomplete.
My limitation that I have not considered or I have not analyzed the impact of other government schemes, because that should be done if I want to.
That should be done, because this is just the relationship between unemployment and GDP. That is what you have shown right now. So it is not at all sustainable development. We have not even. It is not there as a part of your research as of now.
Okay, I'll look it up.
I was actually also thinking about the same, that whom you are considering as youth, because you are talking about youth unemployment in India.
Yes, ma'am.
So that again I was, and like you were saying that the rate of unemployment is decreasing. So do you have any like the data, or you can say the data for that? Like if you are going to consider different years.
Yes, ma'am. If we look at the data that is being released by CMI, or if we look at the periodic labor survey that is being released from time to time, we will see that because of the lockdown that was being imposed, or if we take into consideration the economic shock that the economies are recently facing, it is because of that that the unemployment rate has increased. But this is a temporary phenomena. However, if we look at the historical data, we will see that the unemployment rate has tremendously decreased. And one of the biggest reason behind this is that the government is focusing more on providing jobs. And one thing that I earlier mentioned as well, that the youth unemployment is increasing because the government is coming up with schemes that provide day-to-day employment opportunities. We have shifted to the usual basic method of calculating unemployment. We are using new methods. So that is one of the reason. But the gap between the skills that are being demanded by the industry and the skills that an individual or a student possesses when he is graduating, there is a huge difference between that. And
Employable skills.
yeah,
Like ma'am was again talking about the inclusion. So I think again there are certain gaps. If you're going to consider your title, might be you can change your title of your paper or title of your study, the relationship between the GDP and or the economic growth and
sure.
the all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Last but not the least, we have a final presenter, Ms. Shivani Srivastav, who's going to present on role of strategic HRM, sustainable HRM, and green HRM practices in sustainable business development.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Shivani Srivastava, third year research scholar from Department of Humanities and Social Science, IIT Kharagpur, is going to present on the topic from the lenses of HRM pillars of sustainable development, a literature review, and a conceptual framework. So my presentation consists of the following content, starting with introduction, methodology, literature background and proposition, conceptual framework, discussion, limitations and directions for future research, conclusion, and references. Starting with the introduction, sustainable development is a global concern and has become an essential mechanism for organizations worldwide. From literature, we get to know that sustainable development has three major dimensions, that is economic, environment, and social. These are also referred as main issues of SD or three pillars which are interconnected. It is very crucial to understand that all three dimensions hold equal importance, as failing to achieve one may not lead to sustainability in an accurate and true sense. The aim and objective of SD are to achieve equilibrium and balance between all three dimensions, that is social, economic, and environment. In organizational context, the agenda is how to achieve sustainability considering the relationship among all these three dimensions. From planning to implementing all the SD goals, one thing is common, that is people. Now the question arises, how people will achieve these goals? The answer is adopting such HRM practices, which will help the people and the organization to achieve sustainability. The UN General Assembly's presentation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in 2015, which included 17 Sustainable Development Goals and 169 targets. They had mentioned that they are founded on what is referred to as 5 Ps, that is people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. So this is the another reason we have considered, we'll be considering social sustainability. We have considered three HRM practices, that is strategic HRM, sustainable HRM, and green HRM. HRM practices have a significant impact on environment sustainability, followed by economic sustainability. Also, green HRM has a positive and enormous impact on environment sustainability. From literature, few gaps are found in HRM practices, only leading to economic and environment sustainability and not social sustainability. We have found that different HRM practices positively influencing organizational and employee outcomes, which may or may not further influence sustainability. In this paper, we separately consider all different HRM practices and their impact on all three dimensions of sustainability, that is economic, environment, and social. Coming to methodology, first we search for relevant articles combining the keywords like SD, sustainability, HRM practices, strategic HRM, sustainable HRM, and the inclusion criteria way to select the papers that propose or examine the search constructs. We have considered both empirical and conceptual papers. Coming to literature background, sustainable development. It is the World Commission on Economic and Development, chaired by G.H. Brundtland, presented a report where he had defined SD as development that meets the need of the current generation without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. The document suggests that planning and strategy at the national level should be designed and developed to address three pillars. That is, we can see economic, environment, society, and these are the pillars. Economic sustainability, these are the practices and policies to long-term economic growth without negatively influencing society's environmental and social aspect. Production, distribution, consumption are three major activities of an economy. The concept of environmental sustainability is related to natural environment and the extent to which the environment is persistent to be productive and resilient to support the human beings. Environment sustainability is related to the natural environment, carrying capacity, and the integrity of the ecosystem. And the social sustainability is the development and growth of people, societies, cultures, creating meaningful and healthy life, education, gender equality, global stability, and peace. Now coming to the HR practices. Starting with strategic HRM. Strategic HRM is the alignment between the HR strategies and the business strategy, majorly focusing on organizational and employee performance. Some studies have developed strategic HRM practices like high performance work system has positively influenced SD, that is sustainable development, with moderating effect of knowledge sharing. The inference of strategic HRM activity, though through firm's efficacy, value system, leadership, and ultimately the HRM processes and systems are highlighted, even though studies have yet to develop the signs and stages establishing business for ecological sustainability. So here we see that social and environment sustainability challenges are viewed as externalities that are weighed conceptually between business, society, and environment. As without the earth and its particular ecology, only economic viability will be limited. It gives us the gap in the literature that SHRM influences only the economic aspect of sustainability rather than the ecology and the social, leading us to the proposition one that strategic HRM practices has a positive influence on sustainable development. Coming to sustainable HRM, it plays a focus on creating an innovative workplace behavior with both internal and external social involvement, raising environmental awareness and responsibility, and enhancing resource allocation and consumption to support organizational success in a cutthroat environment. Study by Kumar et al. In 2020 stated that sustainable HRM on organizational, environment, and financial performance. Priority is given to economic sustainability, with social and environment issues only considered if doing so will increase economic success. He has mentioned in his studies few indicators for social sustainability like social infrastructure, career opportunities, accessibility, fulfill the psychological needs, social justice, social sustainability design. So it gives us the gap in the literature that social sustainability outcomes has yet to be explored compared to the other two aspects, leading to the proposition 2 that sustainable HRM practices have a positive influence on sustainable development. Coming to the third HRM practice, that is green HRM practice. It includes top management communication of the environmental policy plan and other pertinent information to employees, like training to understand new environmental practices, empowering them to engage in environmental activities, and giving rewards to stimulate employees to be environmentally responsible. A systemic literature review showed that green HRM impact on environmental sustainability is enormous. So most research was done on connections between green practices, environmental management, and organizational performance than on social side. So here also we got the gap that social aspect has been is missing, uh, leading to the preposition, third preposition, green HRM practices has a positive influence on sustainable development. So this is the proposed conceptual model, that is, these are the three different practices, HRM practices, leading to sustainable development with three pillars: economic, environment, and social. So this paper focuses on different HRM practices, and also the three dimensions. We have made the conceptual model showing all the variables, and somehow economic and environment aspects are being achieved. But what about the social aspect? The gap has been identified, and social aspect has yet to be explored or investigated, because it is very crucial to understand that to achieve sustainability, equilibrium and balance between all three dimensions is required. Limitation is this is a theoretical paper and is based on critical review from literature. So a systematic, we suggest an empirical study that can be conducted to investigate the impact of HRM practices on each aspect of the sustainable development, majorly concerning the social aspect. And for implication, the implementation of different HRM practices, considering all the aspect of sustainable development for achieving sustainability, social aspect has been ignored and theoretically and practically, which leads future researchers to study and measure the impact on organizational level. It is also suggestible to investigate why there is gap in literature. So I have also come up with few more variables like leadership, organizational culture, social justice, which can be included as a mediator or a moderator, depending upon the literature backup. Also, as I have mentioned it in a table by research by Kumar et al., where he has mentioned few indicators, social indicators, which can be also considered for future research. Concluding this study, that we have highlighted different HRM practices and their impact on different aspects of sustainability. The past literature shows that social aspect has been ignored and needs to be explored and investigated, as people are primary source through which sustainability can be achieved. So this paper emphasizes the gap in literature and dearth of theoretical and empirical research on the influence of various HRM practices on social sustainability. Thank you.
Please go
Yes,
ahead.
ma'am, go ahead, please.
No, I don't. I have just Shivani. You have just presented a review of the concepts. That I would say you have not even conceptualized these concepts in the context of your study, and we have not heard anything about the sustainable business development practices in your presentation. So that was missing. So somehow the title did not match, or objectives were not there. So title did not match with the presentation actually. So there, it was just the introduction of few concepts. That's it. That this is what I think I could see in the presentation. So I think you are still working on it, right? So at what stage of PhD are you in right now?
Ma'am, I'm in third year. Basically, I'm working in the area of strategic HRM.
Okay.
So this is just
are you doing a research? Are you a scholar?
I'm a research scholar, third year research scholar.
Third year research scholar. Okay. Third year. I mean, 6 semesters you have completed.
No, ma'am, there's no semester system. Only semesters are there in first year. And after that, I started with my papers and
work.
Right.
After the coursework, you have started your PhD work.
Yes. Oh. I have my model.
I think you need to do more review. Review is required because this is just the basic that you have presented today, just the concepts of strategic HRM.
What I want to add on is you are in one of your slide. I just see that it's being written antecedents, HRM practices antecedents. So why you are considering HRM practices as antecedents, and why that is there? Like why that word was there?
Antecedents are taken to like as a independent variable. Like HRM practices are taken to study the influence to study the influence on the sustainable development or the sustainability. So that has to be through in organizational level. Practices, the practice.
Shivani, right?
Yes.
Shivani, like you must first try to understand that what is the meaning of antecedents and why you are writing HRM practices and as antecedents of what? If there is antecedents, there must be something that is coming after that. मतलब antecedents क्यों है? Why you are writing this as antecedents? And you are saying sustainability HR. You are talking about sustainability HRM practices.
I'm talking about sustainable development or sustainability that has to be achieved in organization. For example, I'm talking about sustainable HRM. So, sustainable HRM or strategic HRM, they have what kind of effect they have on people or the employees, so that sustainability can be achieved. The outcome is the sustainability, but through people, through such practices. If I am trained about the few such practices, if I am an employee, I am trained for such practices. So those practices are working as an antecedent, then outcome, then how I perform.
So if there is an antecedent, there must be outcome. But you have mentioned just antecedent, but nothing as outcome in that particular segment, that particular statement.
Okay.
Yeah, and your model is talking about antecedent and outcome and nothing, not more than that.
Just to know, it's a proposed model just to find the effect of these practices.
Okay.
On sustainable development.
And one more thing, I was just like wondering that what type of organization, like if I'm talking about HRM practices and all these green HRM practices, so what type of organization you are focusing on?
Majorly Indian IT sectors or manufacturing sectors, both.
But you have not mentioned, because this is a review one, but then also in review also you have not mentioned anything about this manufacturing sector or IT sector. And if I can ask you why you are concentrating on these two sectors for your study?
Ma'am, basically because of the more awareness of CSR and like kind of organization, I'll be easy access to me might be I'll be collecting my data from Delhi NCR only. So I have planned IT sector
so
only.
If I say IT sector, then I will say that Delhi NCR, then you can move to Bangalore, and Gurgaon is a nearby. But Bangalore, Hyderabad is again, if I'll talk about IT sector and manufacturing sector. But I don't think that you can produce this logic anywhere that for my convenience. You have to give some good logic behind that. Maybe that will come from the gaps.
Ma'am, the gap for my study, the gap is in only social aspect, because economic and environment sustainability has been achieved.
So, then in your proposed model, why you are showing all those three?
Ma'am, I'm just showing that they all has some impact, but social aspect is missing. That I have not mentioned only social aspect as a in model.
But because if you're proposing something, that is like the model is something that is actually existing.
Okay.
If you want to show your proposed model, that is the based on your studies, what you are actually proposing, that should be there.
So the gap is in social sustainability.
So you have to, like, whatever the gap is or what you want to achieve, that should be there.
Okay.
What you actually want to do from your research. Okay, that is from my side, and all the best.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Before the session ends, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the chair panel for gracing us with their presence and providing the presenters with valuable suggestions. Your presence had made this event a truly remarkable one, and we hope that the knowledge and insights you have shared with us will be helpful to many. I would also like to thank everyone present here for their presence, patience, and participation. This conference session wouldn't have been possible without the participation of all. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
You can leave?
Yeah, can we leave the meeting now?
Can we leave the meeting now?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And all the best.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, Dr. Das.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Bye.
I will try to connect.
Sure. Anytime.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Financial systems are the tools that can aid achieving the sustainable development goals, yet also need to exhibit the sustainability of their own. Confidence accounting, mutual distributed ledgers, digital fiat currencies, common tenders, mobile money, policy performance bonds, disaster insurance, etc. Is our knowledge limited to only these? The esteemed researchers from corporate and academia gathered here will be touching upon the concepts ranging from risk transfer, management, and diversification.
Now, in this session, we have 11 research papers covering various aspects, which are fintech decisions for risk management, cryptocurrency, stock market, greater financial inclusions, COVID 19 financial technologies, future banking, digital banking practices, cybersecurity in banks, greening the financial systems, and enabling technologies in finance. These subtopics demonstrate innovation that exposes new aspects of sustainable development advancements in a variety of fields that contribute to SDGs. Now, before moving further, I would like to introduce our highly venerated session chair, Dr. Pyali Majumdar. Ma'am is currently working as an associate fellow since December 2022 in National Council of Applied Economics Research, New Delhi. Having extensive academic experience of 15 years, she has done her bachelor's from University of Calcutta with Maths and Stats, master's in economics from University of Calcutta with specialization of international trade, MPhil and doctorate from Jawaharlal Nehru University, and postdoctorate from Indian Institute of Technology, New Delhi. Furthermore, she has also served various institutes like Indian Institute of Technology and St. Xavier's University, Kolkata. In her career span, she has worked as an external consultant in Indian Council for Research in International Economic as well as research associate at the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade Research Division. As a researcher, she has presented 5 research papers in national and international seminars and 9 research papers in conference. She is currently working on 3 research papers. Ma'am, we are delighted to have you among us. On behalf of all these members and the management, we would like to extend our warmest welcome and good wishes.
Our second chair for today is Ms. Sugandha Huria. MPhil in Masters in Economics. She's done MPhil in Masters in Economics from Jawaharlal Nehru University, Bachelor's in Economics from Hansraj College, and presently she is working as an assistant professor at Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. Previously, she has worked with University of Delhi and World Bank. She has various publications in journals and also co-authored books in chapters and has various publications in newspaper. It's a privilege to have your gracious presence among us, ma'am. Before proceeding forward with the presentation of the papers, the guidelines for the session are: presentation by authors is for 10 minutes, wherein a tap to provide conclusion will be given at 5th minute and a hard stop will be given at the 7th minute of the presentation. Discussion, question and answer round is for 3 minutes. The judgment will be based on the criteria relevance of the theme, content, research methodology, presentation skills and question and answers. Without any further ado, we would like to begin with our track and now invite presenters for today's function with a request to present their papers. I would now like to invite Ms. Diksha, who is speaking on the topic Growth in Payment System in Indian Banks and Analysis. Ma'am, are you in the meeting? Ma'am, you're requested to switch on your camera.
I'm unable to hear. Uh, it's not audible. Excuse.
Ma'am, you're audible.
But I'm unable to hear you all. I have switched on my camera.
All right, ma'am, you can start.
Presentation is not audible actually.
Ma'am, there must be some thing to it.
No issues. You can go ahead. Yeah.
Ma'am, you're not audible. Could you please switch on your mic and camera, Diksha, ma'am? Miss Punya, are you in the meeting?
A very good afternoon to one and all present here and to the chair. I am Punya Verma, a final year Masters in Business Economics student, and today I'll be presenting my research work on the topic Sustainable Performance of Banks and Analysis of Indian Banking Sector, done under the guidance of Dr. Kavita Indapurkar. The 8th Sustainable Developmental Goal of 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development is to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. I won't be spending my time here explaining the importance of banking sector as the backbone of Indian economy, but I would like to emphasize the fact why is it important to constantly assess and reassess. We live in VUCA economy today, which means an economy that is surrounded by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. But being such an important part of the economy, it is essential to keep on estimating the sustainability of banks and constantly check if the set standards are sufficient. I had two objectives in my mind when I started my work: to compute and analyze the Altman Z score, which is the probability of insolvency of various selected banks, and secondly, to model the financial sustainability of a bank based on the CAMEL variables with the Altman Z score as the dependent variable. With the recent crash of Silicon Valley Bank, bank sustainability has come into a sharper focus. And by this research, I aim to provide a framework by which different stakeholders can predict bank sustainability with some accuracy. I have taken data from 30 Indian banks, private and public, from the RBI database. The independent variables are selected based on the CAMEL model developed in the US to classify a bank's overall position. CAMEL is the abbreviation of capital adequacy, asset quality, management efficiency, earning capability, and liquidity. The Altman Z score is taken as a proxy of the dependent variable, which is the financial sustainability. For each of the CAMEL indicators, I selected the following ratios: capital adequacy, CAR, asset quality, ratio of secured advances to total advances, and ratio of net NPA to total advances. For management efficiency, profit per employee, earning capability, ratio of operating profits to total assets, return on assets, and return on equity, and for liquidity, current ratio. To start my analysis, I started by analyzing the independent variables separately to identify any crucial or significant trends present. The highest variability was found in return on assets, while lowest in capital adequacy ratio. This is understandable because of regulations around CAR, but no such regulations for ratios like ROA. Current ratio, CAR, and ratio of operating profits to total assets was found to be fairly positively skewed in my analysis. I started, the first objective of my study was the calculation of Altman Z score, which is the probability of insolvency. Altman Z score, which is calculated on the basis of working capital, retained earnings, EBIT, market value of equity, sales, total assets, and total liability, is a measure of probability of insolvency. Altman Z score has proven to be of a success rate of up to 90% in predicting insolvency. Altman Z score places the company in one of the three categories, which are distress zone, gray zone, and the safe zone. The distress zone is for companies with Altman Z score less than 1.8. The gray zone is between 1.8 and 3, and the safe zone is from 3 onwards. I computed the Altman Z score for 30 Indian banks and got the following results. 77% of the banks came out to be in the safe zone while remaining in the gray zone. Not even a single bank was found to be in the distress zone, which is proof of the sustainability of the Indian banking sector. The Altman Z score of majority Indian banks was found to be in the range of 2.6 to 5.2. The highest score was found to be of Bank of Baroda, while lowest of Jammu and Kashmir Bank and South Indian Bank. When it comes to the distribution of the score within public and private sector, no significant difference was found, but a slightly higher proportion of grey banks from public sector was found. After calculation of Altman Z score, my next aim was to create a classification model which could classify the Altman Z score based on the selected CAMEL ratios. I used a tree classification to do so, and the software I used was Excel-Stat. A classification tree is an algorithm where the target variable is fixed or categorical. The algorithm is then used to identify the class within which a target variable would most likely fall. This is the model I created. Out of the 8 variables I started with, I ended up with 3 variables which were able to classify the Altman categories which are return on equity, CAR, and ratio of secured advances to total advances, which cover 3 out of the 5 Campbell categories, which are capital adequacy, earning capacity, and asset quality. The model was able to predict with 85% accuracy, and the suggested levels according to the models were a return on equity of greater than 9.87, a CAR of greater than 16.63%, and a ratio of secured advances to total advances of greater than 89.45% had a high probability of being in the green zone of Altman category. This model can be used to predict the financial sustainability of a bank on the basis of these 3 ratios. Now, crucial point here is that CAR, which according to Basel III requirements should be at 10.5%, but according to this model, should be at least 16.63% for the bank to be in the green zone. To conclude my work, I tried to calculate the probability of insolvency for all the banks in my study, and 77% were found to be in the green or safe zone. I individually analyzed the Camel ratios, which where highest variability was found for ROA and lowest in CAR. My ultimate aim was to create a classification model which could classify the Altman categories based on the Camel ratios. 3 ratios were found to be significant: ROE, CAR, and ratio of secured advances to total advances. The suggested levels, according to my work, were as follows: return on equity greater than 9.87, CAR greater than 16.63%, and ratio of secured advances to total advances greater than 89.45. This model has an accuracy of 85.71%. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Purna ma'am, for your insightful thoughts about the presentation. Now, I would like to ask both the session chairs for the valuable feedback which they want to give for a respective presentation. Dr. Piyale Majumdar ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Punya, for this wonderful presentation. I'm just curious to know from one, it's a great topic and, of course, topic of relevance, as you mentioned in the beginning, that there has been in the last month a lot of global financial distress is going on. And as a result of that, corporate bonds have also increased. There were 3 regional banks in US which actually, crashed. And then we also saw in Switzerland, the Credit Suisse actually also kind of crashed, and it was taken over by the USBS group. So it was kind of being taken over by the another bank. So basically, given this entire global scenario, the relevance of the topic is very, very, it is highly significant that you have taken up this research in the perfect time, and you have tried to assess that what has been the resilience, degree of resilience in terms of Indian banking. But just out of curiosity, I want to know that from one of your slide, you showed that, public sector bank, there was gray zone was much higher. So just out of curiosity, if you could elaborate that which were the banks, which were there in that gray zone, it will be interesting to know. My first question. And second question, you mentioned that the capital adequacy ratio as per the Basel III norms is 10, but I think it's about 8%. If you can check with that percentage, I think it is 8% which you need to maintain. I mean, it should be below the 8% as per the Basel III norm. If you can kindly check on that. And apart from that, did you also analyze the non-performing asset for each of this bank? That is one of the very important financial stability indicators or resilience indicators. And especially if you also kind of, it can be extended, this work can be extended. And if you can look into that MSME sector, because, there is a study which says that MSME sector is kind of having a lot of non-performing asset. Okay. So, if you can specifically focus on the MSME sectors and try to see that. And yeah, that's all. These are the 3 quick clarification kind of
To start with,
question.
first of all, in public sector banks, what I found was the smaller banks, like the regional category of banks, basically Jammu and Kashmir Bank, South Indian banks. These are the banks that were majorly in the gray zone. Not
Okay.
but like for example, I mentioned Bank of Baroda had the highest Altman Z score. So it is was like the safest category it was in. But the smaller banks of the public sector banks are which are comprising of the gray area. So that is one of the things. Following your question on NPAs, I actually had a thought of including NPAs in my study. But while I was doing literature review, for one thing, there is a lot of literature review already present about NPAs. And from what I understood, there has been a decreasing trend because of the stricter regulations in India since the last 10-15 years. So it is a very valuable feedback to include that in the study. I haven't done that as of yet, but I think that will be a great addition to my study. I forgot your second question. What was that?
Yeah, I think that is research is always, we are expanding. It is absolutely fine. You can incorporate that NPA section. It's nothing like that. And my last question was with regard to the, I think it was with regard to your, the last point which you mentioned.
The
I think Basel norm, the Basel norm. Yeah, I think it was 8%. It should be like below the 8%. I think the bank should maintain the capital adequacy ratio below the 8%, and then you can check that actually. So now the last, just concluding remarks, that what is your take on, like, do you think that given the global shock and given your analysis, can you like link and kind of comment that, yes, Indian banks are quite resilient and they will not be affected by this entire global crisis, or banking crisis? Can you comment on that? Because that will be very helpful, and you can actually come up with an op-ed of your own because you have done a whole lot of analysis.
So my personal view will be that Indian banks are resilient. Like I mentioned, of the three categories that we have, there was not even a single bank that was placed in the distress zone. For similar studies that have been undertaken in the US or Switzerland that I came across while doing my literature review, I found that a lot of banks were there which were under the distress zone. Also, the following of the regulations in India is much stricter than there are. Like you mentioned, the crash of the banks. I actually discussed this with my guide, and we came up to the conclusion that Basel III requirements are one of the things that is not exactly being followed strictly. They are put in place but not being followed. But for India, majority of the banks are following the restrictions very implicitly. So that is one of the things I think is actually protecting the Indian banks, because they are abiding to the levels, the standards they have to follow. And of course, I think RBI is doing a great job. But that is my personal opinion. Well, someone can differ, but that is what I think.
I think it's a very interesting study. You should highlight this point which you just now said and come up with the op-ed soon. This is really an interesting study. Thank you, Punya.
Thank you, Pralima, for your valuable feedback. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Rohan Mishra, who will be speaking on the topic socio-economic impact evaluation of products based on concept of biomimicry. Sir, are you there?
Hello, can someone confirm whether I'm audible and visible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you so much. So, shall I begin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, hello and good morning to all. My name is Rohan Mishra, and I have joined by my teammates Utkarsh and Akshit here. And the research proposal we are about to present today is titled as that Socioeconomic Impact Evaluation of Products Based on Concept of Biomimicry.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt you. So we're just sharing your presentation first, so you can start after that.
I thought it will be done by your team, right? Utkarsh, will you please confirm that?
Yeah, understood.
So you can start now.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so by virtue of this project, we aim to understand about the subject of biomimicry, its impact in reducing carbon footprint and increasing efficiency, its economic impact evolution and awareness among general households regarding. So let's come to the topic. Let's first understand what the biomimicry is. The concept is the design and production of materials, structure, and systems that are modeled on biological entities and processes. It can be fluidly called a design process, a branch of science, or a problem solving method, a new way of viewing biodiversity. For example, we all know the aerodynamic design of the famous Japanese bullet train took inspiration from the structure of kingfisher bird's beak, resulting in quieter and faster travel and a 15% reduction in electric usage. Similarly, the passive cooling and ventilation design of the Eastgate shopping center in Zimbabwe, inspired by the way air flows through termite mounds, have resulted in the building only using 10% of the energy that a conventional building consumes. So, by these examples and through numerous others, we could assume that products inspired by biomimicry are sustainable, energy efficient, cost cutting, and waste reducing. In order to further explore our assumptions, we tried to collect information through primary and secondary sources of data. If you could just please, yeah, exactly. So before going further, let's discuss what were the objectives of our before studying this project. Was the impact analysis of the environment-friendly products which are using the concept of biomimicry, and we analyzed how biomimicry-based products can reduce the carbon footprint and increase efficiency. Okay, and we did the primary data. We did the primary data collection, which involved the question surveys, as you can see. So we supplied this survey to households regarding awareness and alternatives to such products and roadblocks to adoption. We found out that while the awareness differed from person to person, however, there was general consensus that biomimicry was beneficial to society and sustainable development. Lack of awareness, however, seemed to be the biggest roadblock in the adoption of such products in mainstream society. As we can see from the data we have collected, that a very small percent of the people think that biomimicry will make sustainable, won't make sustainable development more achievable. So majority of the people think that biomimicry will be helpful in achieving sustainable development goals. And as we can see from the data that major roadblock in purchasing this biomimicry product is the lack of awareness. And in the long run, most of the people do assume and think that biomimicry products can replace the alternatives, contemporary products that exist in the market today. Can we please shift to the next slide? Okay. Thank you so much. So we also conducted a secondary data collection, involved a pilot study on EcoSTP, a sewage treatment tech developer that mimicked the structure of a cow's stomach, and the biological process that broke down material inside were used as inspiration for creating specialized chambers that broke down waste and ended up producing recycled water as a bioproduct. Through newspaper resources and information on the company website, we found that company had an average cash flow of 1 crore and initial investment of 5 lakh rupees over a period of 1 year, which we have mentioned in the next slide. Would you please shift? Would you please go on to the next slide? Yeah, so these are our findings which we got after this study. As you can see, as I said, that there is a cash flow of 1 crore over an initial investment of 5 lakh rupees over a period of 1 year. It had a profit of rupees 10 lakh over a period of 3 years and expected a 15% rise in transactions over the next 3 years. It had served 102 clients, majorly big corporates and small enterprises. It had a positive return on investment at various price points. And finally, its environmental impact was huge, saving over 950 tons of coal and substantial decrease in water footprint. Hence, we could see that product was economically profitable, had positive environmental and social impacts, and its contrast to the households, it had a degree of acceptance in the corporate sector. Next slide, please. Okay. As we have seen the benefits of it, in summary, what we can conclude its benefits are, we would like to say that this has been one of the few attempts made at ascertaining awareness of biomimicry through a socioeconomic impact assessment. Limited response from industry, that the findings cannot be generalized. However, the data collected has been an opportunity to create awareness among the households and has given enriching insight and how the industry can strike a balance between sustainable development and economic growth. Future changes on such studies involve seeking data on financial parameters and sensitizing households over the adoption of such products. So we can conclude it. We have mentioned it in the next slide. Yeah, the future scope of this study. In the future, it could offer a comprehensive solution for efficient and minimum utilization of resources, profit maximization, and cost minimization, which absolutely approaches the most basic question of the economics, maximizing the profit and minimizing our cost, and help us to connect with nature through another perspective. So that was our study. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for a clearing sights to the presentation. Now I would like to ask both the session chairs to kindly give their valuable feedback, Dr. Piali and Ms. Sugandha ma'am.
Yeah. Um, Thank you, Rohan, for this interesting topic. This is completely a new topic. At least I have came across this is very new. So it's good to hear from you the concept that you are basically using engineering techniques to mimic the nature's design, and you are trying to solve the human challenges or the daily life problems, right?
Yes.
If you can give some example of the biomimicry products, it will be helpful. First question. And just I would the second question will be what was your study area? I mean, if you can elaborate a little bit, and what were the questions? So because I think awareness of this biomimicry products will be a very important part altogether. Most of the people will not be aware, and given the nature of this development of the product, you need to have a lot of people, I think, who are close to nature. So there is always a debate in the environmental economics that how you are incorporating the rural people, or how you are empowering the rural people, in terms of biodiversity conservation, for that matter. But even in your this particular biomimicry product development, the importance of the rural people or the local people will matter. What will be your comment on that, right? And how do you think it will be economically efficient? I mean, I think that was one of the concern which you raised at the end, that we need to have a cost benefit analysis. But do you think it will be very cost effective? I'm just
Okay,
a very
first of
open
all,
question.
okay. Actually, we did a
Yeah,
case study
go ahead.
of a EcoS3P, a sewage treatment type firm. So from that study, we got to know that it is economically profitable because other firms and other corporates are using a lot of revenue, a lot of money income and the capital fund uh, uh, to trade with the sewage thing. So, in the biological process which is used in this method and the technique which is adopted by EcoSTP, it has proved that they have saved almost 10% in comparison with other buildings and the other firms which follow the sewage treatment. And if we start with the first question of yours regarding the examples of it, so as I mentioned, the Japanese bullet train design was inspired by the kingfisher's bird spray. And the Zimbabwe's East Gate shopping center is also inspired from the termite mounds, which results in the building which using only 10% of the energy in comparison with the regular building.
Okay, that is interesting. But with regard to the sewage treatment, which you were telling, do you think that, I mean, how different it is from the recycling process, or, how different it is? I'm not sure. It's just a clarificatory question, because somewhere you are kind of, are you able to reduce the material input usage cost? How are you making it cost effective? So you said that the companies are able to reduce the cost, right? So how they are they able to reduce the material input cost, or I mean, how it is going into the production process altogether?
The case study was mainly done by our teammate Akshat. If we can ask him, he will be able to contribute towards it more.
Okay, Akshat is there. I think he's in the meeting, because this is a very interesting topic, and people in the audience would also like to know that, on what basis the companies are becoming cost efficient, right? As you mentioned that compared to the companies who are not using this biomimicry technology, as opposed to those who are using, they are becoming more cost effective. So in what terms are they able to reduce their input cost, or what way? I'm not able to understand that how this technology is kind of being used, or I mean, just if you can elaborate a little bit.
Akshat, are you there?
Akshat is
Would you like to answer this question?
okay. That's all from my part. It's a very interesting topic because it's very new to me also. Like,
Okay,
thank you,
thank you.
thank you.
Thank you for your valuable feedback, ma'am. Now, next, I would like to invite Dr. Piyush Mehta, who will be presenting on the topic The Rise of FinTech in India, How Banks Manage Risk in the Digital Age. Sir, are you there?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Should I play my video? Okay, thank you.
Sir, you can start now.
Okay, can you make this slide a full? Okay, thank you. So, hello everyone, and good afternoon. This is Dr. Piyush Mehta, and the topic is the rise of fintech in India and how, in this digital age, banks are managing their risk when there is a rise of fintech. Next slide. So, basically, what actually is fintech? Fintech, when we say, so it is nothing but in a layman's language, fintech is a combination of financial products with the technology. If in a layman definition, we can say that fintech is a combination or the merging of technology with giving various products to the consumer or the customers so that they can do their banking and financial work as well as insurance work at a ease. And we all are aware that nowadays in India, all the financial products, including insurance and loan and all, they are easily available and approachable to all the customers. So that is what is fintech. Now, this particular topic has got some caught my eye that it's a new thing, and why not we can do some study on this particular fintech. So I took some information from the net and from some other literature reviews. Next page. So this is what is about the fintech. And day by day in India, if we talk about the India, this is fintech is growing day by day. And sorry, and at the same time, number of startups who are in the field of this fintech are also growing day by day. Though there are some failures are there, but success are more as compared to failure. As well as with the help of this growing startups, the customers as well as banks, they are providing a wide range of services and applications which a consumer can operate from their own mobile or any digital platform. They can apply or take the benefit of the services. So next, now this fintech is also, we can say, the result of government boost up, where government is boosting up people to open bank account. Internet is penetrating to the interior part of the country. This is what is the growth of fintech in India. According to a report by NASCOM, this fintech industry has grown to around 22% till date by 2020. As far as the market size is concerned, it was $50 billion in 2021, which has grown to three times and is expected to grow three times by 2025. At the same time, if the revenue generation is expected, as far as Ernst Young has said, that by 2030, the revenue generation will be $200 billion. And it also says that how far India is going ahead with the global average. It's around 87% India is moving ahead as compared to 64% of global average. And due to which India has been marked as one of the fastest growing fintech market in the world. And as far as DPIIT, the data says that around 200 plus fintech startups in India are working and which is growing day by day. Out of this 200 plus fintech, 23 fintechs have gone or have gained the status of unicorn. So this is what is the growth of fintech market in India. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now this is what has been depicted in this graph about the fintech market by 2025, and a sample example is how in India UPI transaction has grown up in 2017 and in 2022. There is a rise of around 126 lakh crore. This is just a sample from NPCI. Next slide. Now, as far as the risks are concerned, there are different types of risks which are faced by the banks. If we club all these risks, so these risks are basically clubbed into three types. One is credit risk, second one is market risk, and third one is non-financial risk. When we say about credit risk, so credit risk is something which is related with the credit part of a borrower. It means that if a borrower is borrowing some money from any financial institution, then if they fail to repay their amount or repay their money, then that type of risk which is faced mainly by the bank is credit risk. Second one is market risk. Market risk is a risk where due to some external reason, the investor are facing losses and they are showing poor performance, but it is due to external forces. Next one is when we are talking about non-financial risk, then there is operational risk. As the name says, it is a risk which arises due to the routine operation of the banks. It may arise due to the policy, due to the people working, or due to some other such stakeholders. Then another one is strategic risk. Now, this risk arises when there is some deviation from the fundamental decision, when the directors of the company or the banks, when they decide some such go for a decision which is not fundamentally right, and due to which if they face any loss or any problem, then it is known as strategic risk. The liquidity risk is related with some asset and funding part, that how far the banks are facing the risk of liquidity of the cash. Then political risk, but natural that political risk is the risk of the government uncertainty. In India, from last some years, this uncertainty has reduced.
So you kindly requested to wrap up your presentation.
Okay, fine. So moving ahead, next slide. So as and when the fintech is rising day by day, it is the duty of or the moral responsibility of the banks to take care of all the different types of products which are digitally available to the customers. The safeguard of that risk is very, very important by the banks. At the same time, they have to look after to work on this risk under their framework. So framework is the next slide. But under what framework this banks can manage their risk. Next slide. So previous slide. So this is what is the risk management framework whereby a bank can protect their risk. Next slide. Now the conclusion is that after going through certain studies and literature review, fintechs, they are playing a very crucial role in making finance available to common people. Safety and security of this, the funds of all the customer is very, very crucial for all the banks. So they have to go with the multiple safeguard and security measures, as well as these startups in the field of fintech are growing with the help of government support. And future in India, as the government is expecting $1 trillion economy, so the role of this fintech industry and the safeguard or security of risk by the bank will be a crucial role for the growth of economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful insights in the presentation.
Hello.
Will you like to give any feedback on the presentation? Ma'am, you are on mute.
Hello.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Piyush, for this interesting presentation. And as you rightly pointed out, that digital payment has actually changed the dynamics of this banking sector as well. In entire this digitization rather in India, and you have already mentioned about the different modes of digital transaction that is happening, and that is actually driving rather I would say that is actually dictating the entire dynamics of the banking sector now.
Yeah,
because
right,
Beam UPI is one of the most preferred payment transaction that has come up now, and this entire. But my only question, or out of curiosity, I'm just asking, did you get a chance to look into the fact that whether there is any regional disparity in terms of the growth of this entire banking sector, in terms of especially digitalization of the entire banking system, right? So is there any rural urban divide? Because there is a paper by Shivani Agarwal from NASCOM which says that the semi urban areas are growing very fast in terms of this the digitalization of the banking sector and like that. So did you get a chance to look into that, whether there is any regional divide or not? And as you mentioned, you are also looking at how this has helped the bank to look into the risk, or how they are able to manage the risk with this entire shift this is kind of a structural shift, and due to this structural shift, how the bank is able to facilitate their risk management. Did you get a chance to look into how this entire thing differs between private versus public sector? So I just have two questions. One is the regional divide in terms of risk management of the banks. And another is like with regard to public versus private ownership banks. I mean, how this risk management has differed.
Okay. Now the first question is, as far as the disparity is concerned, no doubt there is a disparity. I have not gone to the deep of this particular. I saw some 2 or 3 such data in which there was a disparity. But as the government is taking initiation with the internet, the penetration of internet with the local language. So it is growing faster as compared to rural areas are growing faster as compared to urban areas, because nowadays people are getting initially, no doubt there is a problem for English. Still there is a problem for English, where, as we all know, that education is a little bit low in the rural area. But with the provision of the regional language, banking and the fintechs startups, what they are offering in the regional language, so this UPI and all these products, they are gaining momentum in the rural areas also. But at the same time, they are also being cheated more as compared to the urban people. But the difference cannot be made sure that urban people are getting more cheating or in less. That I have not studied that thing.
No, that is true.
Now, as far as the second question is concerned about the risk management by the private and public bank, as such, I searched through different portals, through banks also. Even I went to get some data from the banks in the local level, but they were not able to provide the answers to the risk management, how they are managing this risk. Only thing what I came to know is that they are more focusing toward the fraud cases, which is more or less gaining with the different technology also. In this fraud also, they are using the technologies, due to which people are one or the other way The people are facing challenges. At the same time, banks are also facing challenges with the new way these fraudsters are taking. So banks are also fighting with these new techniques of fraud every day. But overall, they were satisfied with what at present level they were okay with that they are able to do something justice to the customers, consumers.
Okay.
But as I said, as far as this particular topic is concerned, frankly saying, no such wide data is available. No doubt banks are doing some, but actually data is not in that way which can be used for the some. But it is a very good topic for anyone to go further with the studies and the research work.
Yes, I think. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Any
ma'am.
more question?
No, I don't have any other question.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now,
Can I leave as I have got the other meeting?
yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Mr. Malik, who will be presenting on the topic personal financial literacy and investigation of college students in Uttar Pradesh, India.
Hello, am I audible? So good afternoon, everyone, and ma'am. My name is Malik Mahmood Ahmed, and my topic is personal financial literacy and investigation of college students in Uttar Pradesh, India. In this research, I have basically like two objectives. My objective one is to determine the degree of financial awareness amongst college Uttar Pradesh, and my second objective is to determine whether the domain of students, like what course they're pursuing, basically, if it affects their financial attitude and their behavior. So, and this is a literature review. In summary, what I found from similar literature. Just an idea, just to give a summary. Basically, like they find that the youth is basically the Indian youth has basically very poor financial literacy, and the literacy of the Indian youth is very low in contrast to international standards. So these are the findings which have been like related to this topic. These are the findings which previous researchers have found. So where does my research contribute? The research gap which I found was basically where I could contribute is that I could determine if there's a difference between business and non-business. Like if there's a difference of knowledge in regards to financial literacy between business and non-business students. And the methodology that I've used, this is basically like a quantitative research study, and it utilizes an online questionnaire, and I've used a 5-point Likert scale for this, and the statistical analysis technique that I've used is Mann-Whitney U-test, which is the non-parametric equivalent of t-test. And I have two hypotheses basically. My first hypothesis is that there's no significant difference between business and non-business students in regards to financial attitude. And my second null hypothesis is that again, there's no significant difference between business and non-business users in regards to financial behavior. And for the reliability test, you can see that I've applied Cronbach's alpha, and the value 0.744 indicates that there is high structural integrity. That like this fairly high internal consistency. And so again, to come back to the first objective, again, my first objective was to determine the degree of financial awareness amongst college students, right? So for that objective, first we can see like the frequency, the percentage of business and non-business users, the students that have collected data from. And you can see like there are 56.8% of business users and 43.2% of non-business users. like basically any other course which is not related to the business field. And for the first objective, you can see now these are financial terms which I asked the students, like whether they know what the concept is, whether like they know and what it means, whether they have heard of it but they don't recall the meaning, or they've never heard of it. So as you can see, to just to summarize this, interest payment, share stocks, return on investment, diversification, these are fairly like basic financial concepts, and quite a significant majority seems to know, like they've learned the concept and they know what it means. But as you can see from the bottom right, there are two charts: passive revenue and call option. These financial terms are fairly advanced, so you can see like it's quite a significant amount of people actually have never heard of it. So this can indicate some degree of financial awareness, what the percentage of financial awareness that the students have. And coming back to the second objective, my second objective was whether the domain of students' education affects the financial attitude and financial behavior. So let's tackle financial attitude first. For this, I have conducted the man Whitney test, and I have taken multiple statements whether like to see the if there's a difference of financial attitude between business and non-business students. And as we can see, the decision that came out from the man Whitney test is that it rejects the null hypothesis, which means that there is a significant difference between business and non-business majors with regards to this particular statement. The statement is one should always have an investment plan and maintain passive revenue stream. So there's a significant difference between this. The second statement, to spend less than your income is important. With this, we can see that there is a significant difference between business and non-business users. Statement three, same as before, there is a significant difference. That the statement is where basically I take care to distinguish between necessary and unnecessary purchases. So there's a significant difference between business and non-business users with this financial attitude statement. With this and this as well, comparing prices before any purchasing is important. So this is a significant statement as well. Second, financial behavior. The statement is I am a saving oriented person, and there is a significant difference. Like the business users tend to be more saving oriented. This is what it's implying compared to non-business majors. I carefully budget and track my spending. This we can see there's also a difference in here as well. And similarly with statement three, I actively save money for the future. Here as well, we reject the null hypothesis. So in conclusion, with the first objective, we can see that more than 50% students tend to have an understanding of basic and common financial jargons, financial terms basically. However, a significant amount of students are not aware of more relatively complex financial jargons, financial terms. The conclusion of the second objective is from the man Whitney test can confirm that there is a significant difference with the statements that I found, that there is a significant difference caused by the domains of students in regards to their financial behavior and financial attitude. Like basically, having a business major impacts financial behavior and attitude more positively in contrast to being a student from a non-business major. So with that, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Malik. Now I request our session chair to please give her valuable feedback.
Thank you for the presentation. This is an excellent presentation. And I found that the way you have, given the contribution, that where you are actually, contributing to the literature, that's the very nice part. And the way you presented it is actually very good. And I think you have used SPSS to kind of, okay. Okay. So when I'm just curious to know, because the total sample you had in one of the slide, it appeared, it is 125 students which you have surveyed, right? And so my comment will be more towards expansion of this work and not any critical comments for that matter, because I think the descriptive statistics part is actually which you are trying to portray. But you can actually develop this into an econometric model only when provided you have the following other parameters which were being controlled for. So that is driving to my question that, when you prepared the questionnaire, did you take care of the fact that from which income strata these students are, or whether they are, the other parameters which may have affected, that awareness, their internet usage availability, all these different other parameters which may be affecting. Are you getting my point? When you are putting in the model, the man white knee u test is fine, huh? That is fine, that you have kind of used it to show the significant difference between the two group. The non business major students are the control group here, and the major is the treatment group here, right? So I just want to know that what was the different question you asked in the questionnaire, because that will be very critical in your study.
Right.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you.
You want to answer kind of what are the other questions you asked?
Ma'am, I did ask, like, when you said, like, if I had collected data from other parameters as well, I did collect from the income, from the income parameter, but I did not take it into the account of when I was doing my statistical testing. That was the only other parameter that I took. I mean, to be fair, like, we can take an almost huge variety of parameters, but I will take that into consideration if I'm to expand this research in future. Like you said,
No,
also expand my sample size as well.
no, that is fine, but you should actually expand this. This is a very good topic, and you should prepare a proper questionnaire, design a proper questionnaire, which will help you to control for other factors. So a lot of things matters, right? From which income strata that particular student is coming, and thereby their accessibility to internet, and that's why their financial awareness. All these things matters, right? So that's why if you kind of take care of all the other parameters as well in your questionnaire, then you can fairly develop it into a model, and you can come up with some proper results.
Right, absolutely, ma'am. I'll take that into consideration. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your valuable feedback, ma'am. As we are running short of time, I request all the presenters to only focus on objective, research methodology, and conclusion. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Swasti Dharmadikari, who will be presenting on the topic Adoption of FinTech Platform by Women, Application of UTA-UT Model. Ma'am, are you here?
Yes. Am I audible? Okay. My name is Swasti Dharmadikari, and I will be presenting on the topic adoption of FinTech by women by using UTOUT model. So, technology, as we all know, has always been an crucial part. So, FinTech, which has significant impact on economy, is currently growing. And FinTech accessibility offers consumers a simpler method to access different financial goods on digitalized platforms. But unfortunately, due to risks and how market perceives its product, the rate of FinTech acceptance in the market is still very low. The elements contributing to the encouraging results are rising smartphone usage and better internet penetration, which are open access to fintech. And the massive rural urban divide in India must be addressed. But is this digital inclusion gender sensitive? So the data depicts its bleak picture. So the financial sector is severely impacted by true economic effects of this gender. In order to further promote financial inclusion, government and regulators must make sure that women are included in this awareness, or should be included as leaders and users. They should prioritize investing in digital and financial literacy as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so the objectives of my study are to study the theoretical framework of OOT-OUT model and adoption of fintech, and to investigate the link between behavioral intention and fintech adoption by women. Next slide. So you can move to the next slide. This is the basic literature review that I have done on 25 research papers, which include OOT-out model and how it has a direct link with financial technology. You can directly move to the next slide. Next. Okay. So the study was done on the basis of primary data, wherein questionnaire method was used. Questionnaire was circulated among the women to study the adoption of fintech by women in the society. Numerous factors were used to analyze the use of financial technological platforms by women. And the study used OOT-out model as a theoretical framework. The Likert scale was used to evaluate the fintech adoption, and qualitative study was applied in the research paper. And a smart PLS software was used to analyze the results. The study took into consideration 100 female respondents. The approach of convent sampling was taken into consideration, where a study was open to women-based population. Next slide, please. Okay, so I was talking about OOT-out model. OOT-out model is nothing but unified technology of acceptance and use of technology model. It is a theoretical framework that suggests that use of technology is determined by behavioral intention. The perceived likelihood of adopting the technology is dependent on direct effect of four constructs, namely performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, and facilitating conditions. The effect of predictors is moderated by age, gender, experience, and voluntariness of use. This model was developed by Venkatesh, which defines the intentions to use the information technology and subsequent usage of the behavior. The relationship between effort expectancy, performance expectancy, and social influence are influenced by gender. And the link between effort expectancy, social influence is moderated by experience, but only the relationship between social influence and behavioral intention is moderated by voluntariness of use. This approach compares popular technology acceptance idea with frequently opposing or incomplete viewpoints on the topic, and comparatively to other models that look to technological acceptability, OOT-out showed that proposed factors are account to 70% of variance of use of intention. Next slide, please. Okay. So as I discussed that OOT-out was next slide. Okay, so the behavioral intention attained by women is dependent variable, an outcome which will be estimated by other dependent variables like performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, etc. The R square and Q square values were 0.576 and 0.509 respectively, showing the moderate fit of the model. The behavioral intention is defined by only some of the independent variables. That is, all variables were unable to explain the relationship with.
Ma'am, could you please conclude? We are running short of time.
Okay. You can move to next slide. The path analysis verification was done, wherein the hypothesis and there was a low beta as path coefficient were more than 0.2. And the p values were between 0.5 to 0.5. So the model is insignificant, and there was no significant relationship between behavioral intention and other independent variables. You can move to the last slide. Conclusion. Okay. So the research paper's conclusions were predicted using hypothesis testing, and tests were carried out with the help of smart PLS. According to the study, variables such as perceived ease of use, social influence, facilitating conditions does not affect behavioral intention. And the findings indicate that women are still not accepting fintech or are not using fintech to its full potential. If they don't develop necessary skill set, it doesn't guarantee that women will still likely to use fintech services like digital payments in near future. So more user-friendly payment options are also required so that women from all the socio-economic backgrounds can utilize the platform. Okay, thank you.
So much, ma'am. We would just like to confirm from which institute you are from.
I am from MIT WPU School of Economics,
Okay.
Pune.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would request our session chair to please give a valuable feedback.
Yeah, thank you, Swaswati, for this wonderful presentation. Just a quick question. Did you also try some, like you are conducting, you are telling that what has been the role of the gender, right, in terms
Yes.
of fintech. But did you also take the control group of the main population, that what has been the behavioral pattern there in terms of fintech adaptation, or the whatever has been the objective? Because that helps you to kind of understand actually the gender disparity. Because what I could understand from the presentation, your sample was consisting of only the right? You distributed the questionnaire among the women. That is fine. You have done one part of the study. What you can do is you can again circulate it, randomly, and then you take the distribution. That will help you to actually come out with some very interesting policy implication, that how, in which behavior this gender disparity is being observed, between the men and the women. Unless and until you do a comparative, a control group you don't have, then you cannot come up with something. But it's a very interesting study, and I liked your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Ms. Arya and Dr. Parna Sajeev, who will be presenting on the topic, a study on perception of households towards climate finance.
Good afternoon. I'm Arya, since for Department of Management Studies, University of Calicut, and my supervising guide is Dr. Parna Sajeev, Assistant Professor of Department of Commerce. Sorry.
Ma'am, you're not audible.
Not audible.
Ma'am, you're audible.
So my topic is households perception towards climate finance.
Ma'am, you can start with the presentation.
My topic is households perception towards climate finance. One of the most serious challenges faced by humanity at present is climate change. A warm climate trend has been experienced around the world past several years.
Ma'am, your voice is breaking.
I think
ma'am, could you come again?
Is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Every aspect of our life is being affected by climate change. So to overcome these issues, there are many government initiatives that are taken to overcome the impact of climate. Like there are many mitigation and adaptation strategies that can be used. To do all these things, there are in need of. And one of the biggest climate goals that India has set recently is to achieve net zero by 2070. So to achieve this objective, each and every individual have to work towards it, not only the industrial sector as the responsibility. So here in India, around 38% of emissions from households. So I think households have a significant role in reduction of emissions. So adoption of low emission technologies is one of the ways to reduce emissions from main emissions are from, for instance, electricity usage, transportation, etc. So, the objective of my study is how to measure the household's intention to spend on sustainable activities, measure the household's perception towards climate finance, adoption level of climate finance at household level. Here, the climate for the study, climate finance means the financial aid provided by the government, such as subsidies, tax benefits, insurance, loans, which can be used at the household level. For the purpose of study, I have reviewed few literature. From that, I have found out the gap that most of the studies conducted with the climate finances at the manpower and private. So, this is the study which is solely intended at the lower level of the that is household level, individual level. No studies have analyzed the perception of household towards the climate. India being a fast growing economy with high carbon emission, there is a large potential study methodology and data. The period of the studies 2021 to 2022. The target population is households in northern Kerala. To select the samples, I have adopted multi-state random sampling, and the sample size is determined by is around 138, and I have adopted 250. I have used primary and secondary data. Number of households being collected from NSSO website, and primary data is around the households. Pre-test and questionnaire were used to collect data, and tools like statistics, population, and regression is being used. SPSS is the software used for analysis. These are the few important hypotheses that I have stated. That is to analyze the relationship between the awareness of climate finance and the perception towards climate. The next one is to analyze the significant relationship between attention towards climate, attention to sustainable activity, and perception towards climate finance. Then the next one is to measure the relationship between intention and the household's adoption level of climate. The matching findings of my study are, can you take the next slide? Households are actually comparatively aware of the states such as subsidies from LPG, free LED line given by the city, and the relief. And people are really less aware of the schemes that are available on solar energy, green electric vehicle schemes, and other incentives given to the agriculture sector. Then the perception of household towards schemes of solar energy, electric vehicle, green relief fund, and incentive for agriculture sector specifically. And household are willing to spend to reduce usage of electricity and plastic than that of spending on electricity, electric vehicle, biogas, and e-machinery. Subsidies are being highly utilized by the people, then used by relief fund. They are not getting use of insurance or other tax benefits. Households' awareness on climate finance has influence on the intention to spend on environment-friendly activities. Then there is positive correlation between the intention to spend on climate activities and the consumption goods. And there is positive correlation between the intention to spend on climate activities and households adopt towards climate finance. Slide. From the findings, I have mentioned two such things. Since the households are aware, but their awareness level is really.
Kindly conclude your presentation.
Okay. So I would like to conclude by saying some suggestions that more initiatives have to be taken to increase the awareness of household on climate finance and policies. Then there must be a mechanism for climate change adaptation. For applying for this type of aids, there is a huge recent conditions that have to be reduced when all will be adopted. Then local authorities should impose penalties for activities that which emission at household level. Climate finance schemes being reduced, targeting household. And India, the fund have been channelized to so adaptation fund must be introduced to study, draws the attention to the importance of taking sustainability in account to the home, especially when the globe is significant challenges like climate change and severe climate change. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request our session chair for her valuable feedback.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. This is a very interesting study, and I don't have much question. It's just that what were your observations? Because I think you did not get the time to. What were your one of the major important observation did you see? I mean, you have conducted a primary survey across the households in Kerala. So there is a specific ward level study, or this is like I mean. So in a particular ward across the household, or you actually conducted the survey across different wards or block?
Actually, ma'am, no, actually, Kerala, there are 14 districts in Kerala. In that, I have selected northern districts, and among that, I have chosen two districts. Out of that, I have
District level.
selected.
It is at
Yeah,
the district level.
level. Yeah.
District level. Okay, 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 okay. This is interesting, actually. And what was the major observation? I mean, do you think that they were aware of? I think the proxy which you have considered is like what has been the spending on, like towards electric vehicles. All those were like your proxy to assess, right?
Yes. Ma'am, actually, their awareness levels regarding the schemes are really less. But when I ask them about their perception, they have actually positive perception. Then what they're lacking is lack of information regarding this kind of subsidies and schemes that are available to them if they adopt such technology. Then mostly people are waiting for sustainable activity, but due to maybe because of their financial background, they are not able to spend huge amount on this thing, capital amount. So most of them are willing to reduce electricity as electricity consumption lead to emission, and they are not willing to invest huge capital amount. They are willing to invest revenue.
Yes, 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 Adi. I think when you come up with the economic model, basically, then you can actually control for all the socio-economic factors, other socio-economic factors, and then kind of conclude that what even you can bring in the gender disparity aspect in your analysis. That did you see any, in terms of the awareness, was there any disparity in terms of the gender, proportion? All these things can be added actually.
Since it was at the household level, I didn't consider gender, but I have taken region-wise analysis, then income, their education level.
Education level, yeah. All the other socioeconomic factors need to be controlled for. That's what I wanted to mean. And gender, you can take the proportion now. So you suppose you have surveyed 20 household. What has been the ratio of female versus male in that?
Yes.
In that way, right? So that will give an interesting angle to your analysis, I guess. Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you. It's a very interesting study.
Thank you.
Thank you for your valuable feedback, ma'am. Now, next, I would like to call Mr. Harmanjot Singh Gill, who will be presenting on the topic Financial Literacy as a Tool for Women's Empowerment in Delhi.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So today I'm going to present on the topic of financial literacy as a tool for women's economic empowerment in Delhi. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development comprises 17 sustainable development goals. These goals comprise of economic, social, financial, and environmental dimensions. The SDG 5 specifically focuses on achieving gender equality through empowering all women and girls. The UN explains that this can be done by providing women and girls with equal access to decent work and representation in political and economic decision making processes, which will fuel the sustainable economies and benefit societies and humanity at large. One of the biggest challenges that women face in this country is education and financial literacy, and it is very encouraging to see that women today are at par with men in all fields. But when it comes to financial decision making in their households, many of them are still dependent on the main members of their family. Even the women who are in jobs or are involved in the earning activities are not independent to take the financial decisions. I have taken working women in my sample as they're more educated and get more exposure, and working women of Delhi specifically. The three objectives for my study are to understand the level of financial literacy and economic empowerment among middle income women earners in Delhi, to identify the barriers faced by women in achieving financial autonomy, to offer suitable suggestions to improve the financial literacy of rural women that leads to financial inclusion. Women in Delhi women in Delhi comprise of just 7.4% of the total workforce, and in other words, it's just 5.4 lakh out of the 57 lakh working people in Delhi. The variables used in my study are annual income, level of education, and marital status. Moving towards the analysis that I've done, I've categorized my analysis into three broad categories, that is financial knowledge, financial behavior, and women empowerment. So for the first objective, financial knowledge, I've categorized the financial knowledge into three categories, which is 0 representing low financial literacy, 1 representing average financial literacy, and 2 representing high financial literacy. If you look at the category 1, the years of education, which is being denoted by log_edu, a unit increase in the years of education leads to a drastic increase of 26.667 in the financial literacy, which means that if the years of education increase, the financial literacy level will also increase, and the same can be witnessed for the next category, the category 2. If you look at the annual income of the women earners, if there is a unit increase in the annual income of the women earners, there is an increase of 1.41 in the financial literacy, and the same can be witnessed for the next category as well. But when it comes to marital status, there is somewhat of an inverse relationship in financial literacy. If there is an increase in marital status, that is, if we go from a single woman to a married woman, the financial literacy decreases by 1.69. Next, when we come to the financial behavior part, we can see that we can see the similar inferences that increase in annual income and increase in years of education leads to increase in financial literacy. But if we go from a married woman, from a single woman to a married woman, the financial behavior decreases, and this is not as drastic as the earlier financial knowledge part, but it is still pretty significant, and this kind of suggests that women who are married are less knowledgeable when it comes to financial concepts, and their behavior or their attitudes toward life and in applying those concepts in their real life is also not that significant. Now coming to the main and the most important category of my study is the financial empowerment part. From this analysis, we can infer that an increase in education and increase in annual income leads to an increase in financial empowerment, but the marital status in this analysis is statistically significant, and with an increase in marital status, which is when we move from a single woman to a married woman, the married women are less empowered than the single women. And so, as we infer from the three categories and the three analysis that I've done, is that marital status is significant and is a major influencer in women's economic empowerment, but educational qualification and annual income is a major influencer in women's financial literacy and also the financial behavior. So, in order for the SDG 5 to be implemented, not only financial knowledge of the women is important,
Be requested to conclude.
Yeah, of course. But their behavior and their attitude is also important. So now coming to the final slide of my presentation, the barriers and the suggestions, the barriers faced by women in achieving financial autonomy and the suggestions that are made. The first basic barrier that I've identified is the lack of basic education that restricts them to analyze the financial information properly. The second barrier is the lack of confidence and knowledge with regard to money management that affects their capability to achieve their financial potential. Majority of the women are not earning in their family, and even if they are, they cannot take their financial decisions by themselves. And the last barrier is less availability of financial institutions and financial education centers. My suggestions to fixing these barriers is, as I talked in my last barrier, there is a lack of financial institution, right? So the first thing we could do is start with awareness. We should make women in the society aware about financial instruments and the importance of proper education to planned interventions, which is a way of spreading awareness for the same. Strengthening the ground level activities of financial literacy centers in rural areas and provisions of handouts as part of financial inclusion. Help centers should be established at every banking institution to interlink women with their financial needs. And the last suggestion that I found was on the supply side, a gender-sensitive approach should be taken for the training programs or the training curriculum of the banking personnel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harmanjot. Now I request our session chair to please provide us with a valuable feedback.
Yeah, thank you for this interesting paper. But my question, first question is like, how did you capture the woman empowerment concept altogether? What was the proxy variable you were using? First question. And the second question, you wrote that financial literacy centers should be there in the rural areas. But in your regression analysis, I did not see that you have controlled for any locational aspect. That is the second question. And apart from the factors which you have control for, there are there could be many other socioeconomic factors which needs to be controlled for. But first two question I would like to hear your answer on, and then our next chair can give the comments.
A questionnaire was circulated. I circulated a questionnaire to actually understand the concepts that affect financial empowerment of women in Delhi. So my questionnaire included questions like, do these women rely on their husbands, and do their husbands control their income, or is their income a significant part of their family, and are they allowed to make financial decisions in their family? Questions more like qualitative questions, which I further analyzed to find the level of their empowerment in their households. That's and for your second question, I didn't include the socioeconomic factors because my study is basically focusing on the financial empowerment of the women. That's why I didn't focus that much on socioeconomic factors.
You have to, right? If you do not control for the other factors influence, you cannot say that that is the factor which is driving my result, right? So that is okay, that you can do. But my question was also, did you differentiate between that rural urban? You did it in Delhi, and also you are giving conclusion on gender sensitivity. So gender sensitivity is not just about women. That was my another comment on the other paper as well. You need to circulate the questionnaire across men and women. Let's not see gender to be only as women. It is men and women, huh? So then only you can say that whether it is gender sensitive or not, basically.
By gender sensitive approach, I meant to say that they should be given women should be given more emphasis on and more importance towards training programs as much as men in different fields. That's what I meant by that. Taking a gender sensitive approach is giving them an equal opportunity towards every training program that women take part in. But your point is also valid, and I will totally incorporate that in my study.
Thank you. It's an interesting study. Sugandha, if you.
Thank you. So,
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Mr. Rachat, who will be presenting on the topic Monetary Policy Uncertainty and Economic Resilience of FNO listed companies in India.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
So the topic of my presentation is monetary policy uncertainty and economic resilience of FNO listed companies in India. And I have conducted this research under the guidance of our professor, Mr. Kavita Indapuram. To start with the presentation, I will explain what exactly monetary policy uncertainty means, and then what exactly the word economic resilience means. Any type of uncertainty which is happening in the monetary policy has some impact on the companies. And if a company is economically resilient, it will be able to withstand all those kind of changes, and therefore will be more sustainable. So if you have a look at the graph that I have here, there is a direct relationship between the economic resilience index and the sustainability development index. So I have three main objectives to set. First is to understand if monetary policy have a significant impact on the financial performance of FNO listed companies in India. Second, to analyze if FNO listed companies in India are resilient to changes in monetary policy. And third, and my main objective, is to examine if firm innovation reduce the impact of any monetary policy uncertainty on FNO listed companies in India. So you may be wondering that why I am only talking about FNO listed companies. See, the thing is, any company, if it is allowed to be a part of FNO, we can assume it to be sustainable because there is a very strict guidelines by the exchanges which all the companies need to fulfill in order to be a part of FNO. So we can say that all the companies out of like 50-60,000 companies which are listed in any exchange, only a handful of them are allowed to be a part of FNO because they are resilient and economically strong. So that's what I am trying to check here, that if this is really the case or not. So the first and second objective will be testing that, and in the third objective I will be testing that if a company is not resilient enough, will innovation help it to be that. So the method is that I have conducted a multiple regression analysis and have drawn a sample of 52 companies based on their market capitalization and the cash flow from the highest to lowest, and based on the objectives constructed the hypothesis. For first and second hypothesis, my dependent variable will be the revenues, and for first and second, the independent will be the interest rate and the economic policy uncertainty index. For the third hypothesis, my dependent variable will be revenue, and independent will be interest rate, economic policy uncertainty index, and the interaction effect of all these variables. So the method is pretty straightforward. It's a regression equation, as you can see. Revenue will be the dependent, and all the independent variables. I will be testing each hypothesis based on the data for each company that I have here. So the result of my first hypothesis states that all these companies, as you are seeing right now, they have a significant impact of monetary policy on their performance in India. So the first company is HDFC Bank, and banks always have some impact because of any changes happening in monetary policy. The second hypothesis states that FNO listed companies in India are resilient to changes in monetary policy. The hypothesis has been accepted for all the listed companies here. And the third and the most important hypothesis that I have is that if innovation can help the companies to withstand any uncertainty in the monetary policy sphere. So to my surprise, it is not happening that way, because other than only two companies, any expenditure that the company is doing on R&D, on patents, it is not helping the company at all in improving its resilience by making it stronger to withstand the changes in monetary policy. So to conclude my presentation, as per the analysis, it has been concluded that monetary policy and economic uncertainty does have a wide impact on the companies of different sector, and no strong evidence has been observed to claim that firm innovation reduce the impact of monetary policy on economic uncertainty. During the period of the study, it has been observed that many companies do not disclose their R&D expenditure properly, or any other expenditure that we can take to understand the innovation part, and therefore a limitation can be that if better data is available, then we will be able to have a more construct opinion on the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rachit. Now I request our session chairs to please provide us with their valuable feedback.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Of course, it's an interesting topic. I have a couple of comments to make and also a couple of questions. You said that when you're talking about FNO, I hope please also elaborate what FNO is.
Okay.
For that matter, we know that it's future and options, but the audience may not know that, right? And I would encourage you to also look at the RBI guideline, which allows for the stock market regarding the listing of zombie firms as well under this category. So in that case, the third attempt that you're making, where you're saying that why are you only considering companies which are listed under FNO trading, etc., that claim may be a little misleading in nature. The second point is that when you're doing a firm specific analysis, you also have to take care of other firm specific factors, because if you go back to your regression equation, I think the first regression equation you just have interest rate. So I also did not understand that how are you incorporating monetary policy uncertainty? Are you going to incorporate that, or are you claiming the impact of monetary policy uncertainty by looking at the effect of interest rate? Is it?
There is one more variable, the economic policy uncertainty index. I have incorporated that value in my model.
So how is it linked to monetary policy uncertainty? Is there a direct correlation between the two?
No, the way that index is calculated, they are considering all the uncertainty in the news, in the newspaper and articles which are happening in India. So based on that analysis, they are constructing this index number. So we can somehow say that if this index is having an uncertainty widening, then we can say that they will also have some impact on the companies.
Yeah, but then if your main question is about monetary policy uncertainty, you should be clear about whether the index is incorporating the effect of monetary policy uncertainty significantly, and if at all there exists a direct correlation between the two. Because if the monetary policy is uncertain, but at the same time there is some positive news as well in the economy, let's say in the real economy, then in that case the final value of the economic uncertainty index may be positive. It may not be negative. I mean, positive and negative, I'm thinking from the perspective of a firm, whether it is going to positively affect a firm's revenue, firm sales, etc., or whether it is going to negatively affect a firm's profitability, right? So you should be very clear about the definition of your variables. And one suggestion is that when you're interpreting your result, once again, and this was one of my suggestions for the earlier paper also, when you're coming up with certain policy conclusions and policy suggestions, your suggestions should be based on your results, not on other variables which are not a part of your, model altogether. So here also, once again, when you're interpreting your result, make sure that you're only giving a policy recommendation for the result that you are observing, or if at all there is any variable which is related to your result. So this is one of the comments from my side. Over to you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Improvement.
There's one more chair. Please listen to her comments and suggestions as well.
No, that is fine. I think I completely agree with the other chair, and yeah, so you have to control for the other factors. But from my side, the comment will be like, I did not really understand that. Did you take the policy? So when I say monetary policy, the first variable which comes to my mind is the policy rate, right? The fund rate or the policy rate which is there, and there is always a trade-off between this and the price stability or the inflation concept, right? Did you actually try to wanted to comment on that trade-off, like whether you have the economic instability in terms of prices versus the monetary policy rate, and that too those will be at the global level, and how it is affecting the firm revenue? Is that the thing which you wanted to, because that was not much clear?
So no, the main idea that I was having while conducting this research is that because if the interest rates are going up, the expenditure for the companies are also expanding. Because, for example, if they are taking any loans, the interest payment are going to go up. The aggregate demand will reduce in the market, and all those kind of things. Are they impacting the revenues in the same way? Or if the company is resilient enough, so even after increasing in uncertainty of interest rate or any monetary policy uncertainty, if they are still able to keep their revenue strong, so what exactly is driving? So I was trying to test that if there is a problem with that, with any increasing uncertainty, the revenues are having an impact. So if the company goes and do an R&D expenditure or some kind of innovative practices, so will that affect the firm in reducing the impact of uncertainty and by making the financial strong? So that was my main objective, and this paper is still in the development. So
that is fine. That is fine. That is not an issue. That is absolutely fine. It's just a suggestion. We all are giving you suggestion to improve the paper, nothing else. You are coming up with an idea that's very good. You should expand your work and you should think it in that way. But when you are looking at this firm uncertainty or resilience, that needs to be clearly written. And you can go back to this PMI index where you also get some new export orders. So you should try to find out some firm level indicators which actually is taking care of this resilience part, or for that matter uncertainty part. It should not be like an broadly defined economic uncertainty index, which is again based on the newspaper headlines. I know this economic uncertainty index, they generally take up the news headlines, how many times this uncertainty word appeared, right? That's how kind of it's being tabulated. So don't go into that. Get into some firm level information. You can get into like PMI index, detail indicators, PMI manufacturing, PMI services. You have different types of firms. And also, as the first chair mentioned, do not restrict yourself only to a specific resilient firm sample, right? Then you are not coming out with any robust result unless and until you have a control group in your sample, right? So you are only looking at the firms which are already sustainable, or as you mentioned that there was a criteria for getting listed into that FNO list, right? So don't restrict yourself. Have a bigger sample and try to come out with a specific conclusion. I think that will be my comment.
Thank you so much.
What is the database that you're using?
Sorry, for what database? For the companies?
Yeah.
So for the companies, I have taken revenue for the last 10 years.
No, which, from where?
From the annual reports of the company that I have in myself. The net revenue from the consolidated balance sheets.
I think then he can rely on the CMI prowess database in that case. That will be very helpful for you. Look at the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy's prowess database. It's a paid database, so you will have to first check if your institution is actually having a subscription for that, because that will actually improve your analysis by multiple bounds. Yeah,
I will do. Thank you. Thank you so much for your evaluation.
Thank you. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, both the session chairs, for your valuable feedback. Next up, I would like to invite Ms. Farah Saraj, who will be presenting on the topic, the influence of financial incentives and other socio-economic factors on two-wheeler EV adoption in NCR region. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. So today, myself, Paras Raj, will be presenting on the topic, the influence of financial incentives and other socio-economic factors on two-wheeler EV adoption in NCR region. This study has been done under the guidance of my guide, Ms. Pooja Mehra. So, moving on further. So this study was basically focused on the National Capital Region of India, which has been witnessing a growing interest in electric two-wheeler as a sustainable and eco-friendly mode of transportation. Financial incentives such as subsidies and tax assumption play a crucial role in encouraging consumers to switch to electric two-wheelers. So the government of India has introduced several financial incentives for electric vehicle buyers under NEMPP, National Electric Mobility Mission Plan, under which various types of subsidies and tax exemptions have been provided for EV users. So overall, financial incentives and other socio-economic factors have been playing a major significant role in promoting its adoption. So we can see the objectives of my study include to basically to determine usage of two-wheeler EV across different categories and to examine the impact of financial incentives such as subsidies and taxes. The research gap that I basically got to know through literature review was that most of the studies were basically based on the purchase intention of the EV users, such as cars. The major gap that I found out was basically on the two-wheeler EV adoption, and it's basically this study is done on the actual data who are presently using EV in their day-to-day life. So for methodology, here I have collected data through SIAM, Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturing website, where registered users of two-wheeler EV were there. So I have taken the data according to that, and the various variables that came out to be through my study are basically awareness of financial incentives, environmental consciousness, and reasons for buying electric vehicles among electric vehicle users. So for the statistical part, I have used factor analysis, Spearman rank correlation, and by using SPSS and MOs. So here we can see the demographic profiling. Here we can see that there is a difference of gender, which I have also supported with the Mann-Whitney U-test, which we will be covering in the later part of the presentation. Here, the main point of focus of the use of EV. What I came to know through my study is that most of the EV users are using it for commercial purposes. And why it is happening, I got to know from the literature review that Amazon said that it's been using EV because it's low, because of its low operation cost, and they are demanding delivery partners who have major fleets of EVs. So for reliability test, I have done Cronbach alpha. Here we can see 0.8, signifying that the data is reliable for further study. And I have done KMO and Bartlett's test to check whether there is correlation between the variables. So we can see that the KMO is 7, so 0.7. We can say that there exists correlation between the variables, and the degree of freedom is 0.1. And reliability total variance, we can see that these 1 to 6 eigenvalues are greater than 1. So these are the components which we qualify the criteria. Here is the Spearman rank correlation test, which I have compared with that statement I purchased and currently used two-wheeler EV with several financial incentive. We can see that the purchase incentive has a weak correlation, and coming to the tax, it has a strong positive correlation, and coming to the road tax exemption, it also has a positive correlation with the EV adoption, and registration fee also has a positive correlation with the EV adoption. But coming to the scrapping incentive, we can see that it has a weak correlation. Now, coming to the Mann-Whitney U-test, I said that the gender has played a significant role in the EV adoption. Here we can see that the null hypothesis has been rejected. We can say that there is significant impact of gender on the EV adoption among the users. So here we can see that the low mean ranks say that the male users are more inclined toward EV users. And why this is so? Because we can see that commercial users, they are mainly using for commercial users, and in delivery purposes, male are being involved. And female, I got to know the reason from my questionnaire that most of the female are not, they are not more likely inclined towards the new technology, while we can see that male are more inclined toward new technology.
You're requested
So yeah, I'm wrapping up. We can see that these are the findings, correlation coefficient, which I already explained, and there is significant impact of gender on two-wheeler EV adoption. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Farah. Now I request our session chairs to please provide us with their valuable feedback.
Yeah, Didi, you want to go ahead first.
Okay. Thank you for this interesting topic. My first question to you is, this was a data data which you have taken from Siam two-wheeler, right? This
I just
total.
that for my sample size, I basically calculated the number of current two-wheeler EV users from the CM website. There we can see that how many people have registered for two-wheeler EV users. Data have been collected primarily. I have collected it through
questionnaire. You have collected it through questionnaire, and mainly I observed that your questionnaire was also kind of focused on the financial incentive angles only, right? That becomes a problem because you need to control for other socioeconomic factors while trying to understand the intention towards adaptation of electric vehicles. Okay, because if you are only considering financial factors, that doesn't really help. Of course, the financial incentives are driving, but the next question will be, I hope you got that point. Now my next
factor, sorry to interrupt, I have considered in my study environmental consciousness, benefits of EV and reasons for buying EV also as variables. But study part, I have showed the results
you have
of
not showed. Okay. Because I think that is driving me to the next question and the fourth conclusion of yours. I found it to be very a little bit contradictory that you are telling that people are not incentivized by the fact of environmental awareness, where you try to incorporate scrapping policy, right? So that is negatively affecting the EV electric vehicle adaptation. What is your comment on that? So you are telling that the people were not environmentally, because electric vehicle, the first thought that comes to our mind, it should be driven by the environmental awareness, right?
Yes,
so how do you comment on this?
I collected the data on the sustainable behavior also, which is related to the environmental awareness. And since this study is mainly focuses on the current EV users, so what coming to your question now, you have asked about scrapping incentive. So I asked one particular question that whether they have replaced their old vehicle with the new electric vehicle. So most of the respondents replied that they have already purchased new EV, but they have not replaced their this old
one.
Yeah.
Okay. It is interesting. Yeah, that it's a very interesting story actually.
Was the impact negative or was it weakly significant?
It was weakly significant, not negative. Yeah.
So the correlation was near 0.3, I guess. In that case, it was not negative.
It was not negative. It was weakly
correlated. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, but also causality will matter, right?
Yeah.
I guess.
Thank you, both the session chair, for your insightful feedback. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Paul Joseph, who will be presenting on the topic, The Impact of Demonetization on the Indian Currency and Commodity Market, a Study.
Yeah. So, greetings to everyone. My topic is the effect of demonetization on the Indian commodities and currency market. So, So we'll come to why I took the topic and what is probably the background of the topic. So in 2016, 8 November, there was a sudden big news that came into the market which said that the 1,000 rupee note and the 500 rupee note would be forever banned and would be taken back by the government itself. So coming to this problem, I basically realized that there must have been another demonetization that must have happened probably earlier, probably before 1990s or something. So I pretty much checked about it. It was in 1978, was $5,000 notes and $10,000 notes. So which came to, I had three questions when I saw this. The questions were the effect of demonetization again on the Indian commodities market, specifically the whole commodities market, not only gold, silver, which investors are pretty much looking for a guarantee investment in. But also the currency market. The currency market here, I've defined it as the liquidity in cash in the market and the exchange rate. And then we come to one of the other possible effects of demonetization, which was the digital transactions, which was increased or probably should have increased. So we come to, I'll just skip the methodology part. I'll come directly to the data analysis because of the less amount of time. So for the commodities part, I basically took NSE commodities. It's an index, so it becomes a proxy for the market of commodities, which most investors look at indexes when they have to, let's say, do analysis of a certain market. So I took NSE commodities. The data is from NSE website itself. Took historical data, and if you look at the graph here, you see that the trend is quite, it's increasing slightly. So, which puts into a question where why does it increase slightly when people are panicking during that time that commodities should be the safest investment? So, when I look deeper into it and I put in the means below, it's 2516, the mean price is 2438, then it goes to 3024. So, I got some numbers for it. And even though the means seem to be a significant trend increase, but the standard deviation is where the story becomes a bit different. The standard deviation for 2015-16 is 169.67, which is 6.95%. But then it jumps to 10%, which is quite a lot for a commodities market being a safe space to invest. And then it decreases to 6.28 for the year 17-18. So which means that people were quite confused on what to do when the demonetization happened, and were quite confused if they should go to a safer option or maybe invest in the equity market or mutual funds or any other market for that matter. Then I went into the second part of my objective, which is the Indian currency part. Now, for currency, I was quite confused on what should I take. Should I take the exchange rate? Should I take the liquidity? So I went with and took both of them just to confirm that both of them are going according to what I think it was going. So for the exchange rate, if you look at the mean, for 2015-16, it was 64.72 rupees. This is INR to dollar, base to the dollar. So 64.725 for $1 with a standard deviation of 0.625, which is around 0.985% standard deviation. So then we come to the year when demonetization happened. And another thing which was interesting was the US election was also happening. So for year 16-17, the mean price was 66.95, which is quite a jump, which is around 2.5 or 2.2 rupees ka jump, and which with a standard deviation of 0.925, which is 1.4%. Again, you see a jump in the year 16-17. And I wanted to confirm again, is it just because of that period of November is the standard deviation increasing, or is it because people are getting restless throughout the year or only during a demonetization time? So what I did was I took the data of the quarter from October to December, and before 8th November, I basically calculated the mean and the standard deviation, which was 66.73 and a standard deviation of 0.164%. But when after demonetization happened, there was an increase in price of 67.87 rupees with a standard deviation of 0.54, which is quite a jump again for a currency market. Then I came to the liquidity part. So one of the things that government promised was the cashless society or cashless India, right? So I try to look at the trend of what is the liquidity.
You're requested to conclude.
Yeah, I'll just conclude. Just a second. So the conclusion would come. Okay, so let me just conclude it. So from the liquidity part, I got to know that the trend from 2016, 15-16 to 2022, we have increased by 200% in liquidity in cash. And the sources from the RBI, and most of my sources are from the RBI or the NSE or from the World Bank. So in conclusion, the three objectives that I stated, the answers to three objectives were: first, the immediate aftermath was that the gold prices, the silver, people wanted to convert money as soon as possible. So that happened and the gold prices went up. But to subset that, people didn't have money in hand, so they couldn't buy vegetables,
for commodities which are for daily purposes, which basically compensated for each other. The second was there was a major fall of rupee. If you look at, as I mentioned, there was a major fall of rupee, the depreciation to from 64 to 66 rupees. Now you look at that, and there could be a pro, there could be a con as well. But people were in general confused of what to do. Is this demonetization a good thing or a bad thing? Then we look at the digital transaction part, which was another important part there. The 200% increase in digital payment, but with the downside of 200% increase in the cash in the market. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you
so much.
Thanks. I can't see her.
Thank you so much, Paul. Now we kindly request our session chair to give Paul with the feedback.
Yeah, I request Sugandha to go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Of course, the topic is pretty interesting. I'll just make some quick comments because, have you done only the integrative analysis?
Ma'am, basically what I was trying to do was, my topic for this is just the start of what was trying to do.
Okay.
What I was trying to do in the whole sense was, because there was a demonetization in 1978, I was trying to find a model which would fit all demonetizations into one model. So this was just a pilot start to understand how this market works and how could I go forward with the research and could take professional help like yourself, so that I could understand what direction I should go to, ma'am.
Yeah, because the comments that you were making on each and every graph, that only pertains to the Indian market. But
Yes,
India
ma'am.
is actually a global market today, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And the time period pretty much clashes with the global uncertainty as well. So
ma'am.
you have to take that into account.
Yes, ma'am.
And therefore, the first comment on your concluding portion was that you are talking about vegetable prices, and you're also talking about fruit prices, but these are inelastic in nature,
Right.
These are your necessary commodities.
Right,
So
ma'am.
just on the basis of their prices, that if the prices are falling, that is the reason, as if you're actually trying to link this to your result, that may be pretty much misleading in nature. You also have to look at the nature of the commodities. And
Right.
similarly, when you were explaining the second scenario, you did talk about the US election,
Yes,
but you also have to take care of other, international events. So for instance, the Trump tariff war. It was also having a lot of impact on global supply chains, and India is a part of emerging GVCs. So we were also getting impacted because of that, right? So you have to take that into account. And similar is the case of digital empowerment. So if when you are talking about whether this actually led to digitization or not, here also, apart from the supply side factors, you also have to look at the demand side factors. Are we capable of getting digitized in the event when our government is suddenly introducing a policy which was unknown to everyone? Are we capable of doing that in such a short span of time? So these are some of the questions that you should try to address. So when you ultimately come up with the model, because you also mentioned the 1978 USA's demonetization, look at the characteristics of both the events.
Right.
Did you talk about US?
Indian demonetization. There was a demonetization in 1978 for Indian economy.
Okay, so you have to take care of both the events, study both the events, and then come up with the model. And of course, one thing that was missing, I think, I won't say in the earlier paper, because the earlier author actually commented upon the research gap. Whenever you're doing a study, whenever you're fixing a question, first try to figure out whether there exists any existing literature that has already addressed this question or not. So that is a very important part of every research.
Right, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, to just say something, I actually took references, quite a bit references of 30-40 papers. It was basically mostly on, like Motilal Oswal, mostly on the stock market, the Indian economy, the economy in general. So what I was trying to do was, I was trying to just target something which most people did not, which was commodities. There were 2-3 papers which was there, definitely. But another thing that, ma'am, about the vegetable part, actually the decrease was because of the mandis that were working. They had stopped functioning. Like they stopped functioning by 50-60%. Hence, I thought it would be a good indicator to show that because there's a less cash in the system, people are not going to mandis to buy it. People are getting into bank lines and taking. And the second thing that you're talking about was the US election. I actually looked into that as well. Throughout the trend, whenever US election happened, the Indian rupee appreciated a bit because people thought good opportunities will come because of the new government. And it was just a momentum bias that was happening. So, but yeah, ma'am, I'll definitely look into it when the model is there. And yeah, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All the best.
Much, ma'am.
Over to the other chair. Please wait for your comments. Pyalidi, you're on mute. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you. I just don't have any comments.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a great day.
Like we said, the world is not limited to those terms only. We humans always find, develop, and think in an innovative way, which is very uncertain, but it is what it is. But nevertheless, it comes out to be in a spectacular way. Now, I request both the session chairs to kindly share their views and give valuable feedback of all the presentations which were presented today so that our young research scholars can learn from it as well.
Should I start?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Of course, we can see that the future of research is going to be very bright because the ideas that all of you have come up with are very good, quite innovative. The only suggestion that I have is that when you're doing some research, try to fix the structure for your research at the first place. You have to follow certain steps when you are trying to figure out, okay, what is the relationship between variable x and variable y and so on and so forth. So first of all, when you have an idea in mind, of course, it should be a moment of pride because it is very difficult to think about any idea today. So if you're coming up with an idea, it's very good, but control your emotions for a while and figure out if there exists a literature on that idea or not. And if at all there exists some literature, what is it that you're going to add to the literature? What will be the novel point of your research ideas, right? And the novelty could come up in terms of methodology. If you feel that there are certain methodological gap, it could come in terms of the fact that whatever the literature exists, it is quite dated in nature, and therefore you would like to see whether that impact study can again be conducted in order to figure out whether there has been any change in the impact of that event that you're looking forward to assess, right? It could be in any terms. It could be in terms of your modeling. Could be in terms of another variable that you feel is going to create a lot of significant impact on the dependent variable of your study. So you have to define or determine that novelty for your study. And once you fix that, then go ahead with your analysis. Now when you're coming to your analysis, do not jump to regressions in the first place. First, eyeball your data. So for instance, in the last presentation, he said that he is in the initial stage and he's just trying to figure out, okay, what could have happened. So this eyeballing of data is also a very, very important exercise because it helps you in understanding the nature or characteristic of your data set. And once you understand that, then create some hypothesis and then move on to the rigorous quantitative analysis. So you have to follow a sequence. Of course, it could be a little long, process. It could be a little long way to the final results. But if you proceed significantly each and every step, ultimately no flaws in your study because anyways, nothing is going to be perfect. Today you come up with something, tomorrow you will see that other person has actually built up on your study. So it's okay to be wrong, it's okay to be imperfect, but whatever you're trying to do, try to justify it to the maximum extent possible. That's the only suggestion that I have. Thank you so much everyone and all the best. Thank you, Pyali. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Sugandha, for very important points you have highlighted. Just to add to that, I found a very structural shift in the way people are now approaching. Most of the papers in this session was based on primary survey. It is very good that you people have attempted to take up primary surveys at this age. I really appreciate. But you need to also take care of the sampling, how you are designing your sampling, what are the different methods. When you come up with the paper, you should be very clear that how you generated the sample weights, how representative it is with the population. All these things need to be taken care of, because primary survey is always coming up with very interesting stories which we want to hear, the real stories, but at the same time it should be handled with cautious, because you need to take care of all the sampling strategy that should be mentioned in your paper. And that biomimicry paper was really like a very very new idea even to me. I really like that electric vehicle study as well. So I think all this paper, you don't just keep it in your desk. You please motivate yourself and push it out, even in the form of an op-ed. And I think another paper was there on the banking sector, with how resilient the Indian banking sector can be. That was an excellent paper. So thank you. Just had a really great time and got to know a lot also from you people. All the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your knowledgeable comments. We'll surely take them into account. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I would like to extend a very heartfelt vote of thanks to our founder president, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, Vice Chancellor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, without whose guidance and support it would have been impossible to organize this national conference. I would also like to take this opportunity to place on record our heartfelt thanks and gratitude to our track coordinator, Dr. Shilpi Verma, and convener of this conference, Dr. Neeru Sadana, and the head of Amity School of Economics, Dr. Kavita Ma'am, for her valuable guidance and support throughout.
Furthermore, I would like to extend my gratitude to our honorable chairs this afternoon, Dr. Pyali Majumdar and Ms. Sugandha Huria, who spared time from their busy schedules to grace this occasion. We are also immensely grateful to all the participants for their commendable addition to this conference. I'm sure each of us will take a mammoth of knowledge with us today. Finally, I extend my gratitude to the audience for staying with us throughout the session to make it a lively event. Last but not the least, I'm thankful to the ASCO department camera team and the IT team and the organizing team for making this session a success. I'm sure we have all been the spectators to some great research and immense learning today. Once again, thank you one and all for cordial cooperation in making this a wonderful event. See you all next time.